Why did Rome become an empire? How did Rome become the biggest superpower of the world? What drove a shaky republic to crown a single man with absolute power and to wage war in all directions? How did they conquer such distant lands in Britannia, Dacia, or Mesopotamia, holding together so many cultures? Why did weak emperors appear in times of prosperity, and how did good emperors save Rome from collapsing 200 years before its doom? To understand the Roman Empire from its peak moments to the disaster that killed its civilization, we have to go back to the very beginning. After the defeat of Mark Antony and Cleopatra, the true and sole remaining heir to Julius Caesar was left with three obvious options. In one instance, he could march back to Rome and take two on his grand-uncle's plan to seize all power over the Republic. Repeating the steps of Caesar would be highly risky, however. Rome was undeniably in a state of instability and wanting a strong leader. But that didn't mean that the Senate, at a minimum, had sunk so low as to hope for another dictator. For Octavian to storm into Rome and declare himself the singular ruler would open the door for yet another conspiracy and assassination. So, to follow the path of his predecessor seemed scarcely a viable option. Alternatively, then, Octavian could do the complete opposite of what Caesar had done. He could return to Rome, finish out his duties, then return to a typical political life as anyone else. This would be a much safer way to go, and life would be fairly easy. But Octavian gave no thought to the concept of easy. Thus, his next option would be the one he would ultimately choose. And that was to ease, or some may say, weasel, his way into power. After returning to Rome, and knowing that he still held enough potency as consul and secured the loyalty of citizens and soldiers around the Republic, on January 13th, 27 BC, in theatrical fashion for all to see, Octavian relinquished his prior earned extra constitutional powers, alongside his provinces and their legions, to the Senate. As he likely predicted, the Senate reacted by turning right back around and giving Octavian's powers back, as well as granting him full control over the legions and provinces of Cyprus, Cilicia, Egypt, Syria, Hispania, and Gaul. Octavian played his role well, seeming hesitant to accept such a hefty offer and even appearing humbled by the idea of it all. Giving the impression that he was simply acquiescing to the Senate's pressure, the great victor of Rome finally accepted the 10-year offer of authority. With 20 legions now under the steady hand of Octavian and less than 10 years under the weakened Senate, it appeared from the outside that the Roman Republic, or the ruins that had been left of it after the murder of Julius Caesar, were still intact. On January 16, 27 BC, Octavian, by courtesy of the Senate, was styled both Augustus and Princeps. The former would from that point on become the title given to every Roman emperor, and is seen thus as the beginning of Octavian's role as just that. However, the Senate intended more to bestow their ruler with an honor, not an empire. The latter title, however, signified his position as the most powerful of Rome's political leaders, including the senators themselves. And yet, Octavian, now known as Augustus, was yet to break character. He still played the part of the servile leader and refused to wear nor utilize the signs of authority that his predecessor had, such as Caesar's purple toga. Augustus dismissed crowns, diadems, scepters, and the like. How could such a modest man adorn such signs of unabashed absolute power? Augustus was a good actor. The Senate fell for his every line and scene. Thus, they granted him both the Corona Civica and a marvelous golden shield with the words valor, piety, clemency, and justice ironically inscribed upon it. If Augustus had wished for such a response from the Senate, then he'd carried out his plan quite perfectly. But not everyone was as smitten as Rome's politicians. Some saw through the scripted performance. As months turned to years, Augustus's role as consul remained as sturdy as a rock. As humble as the man may pretend to be, year after year his power was maintained, and one must question if he was really so opposed to it after all. Augustus nevertheless was a terrifically perceptive and clever man. If people were starting to realize that Caesar's heir may be more like Caesar than they'd assumed, the man himself was already aware the skepticism was hatching, and he was soon granted a torturous yet perfect opportunity to take his acting to a higher level and silence such suspicion. In 23 BC, Augustus fell deathly ill. It wasn't the first of such bouts of disease, but it was this one that many, including Augustus, believed would be his final fight. And though he believed he was on his way out of this world, he was not going to leave without a closing act. As such, Augustus's subsequent performance shocked many Romans and silenced those who may have been doubting him. Despite having a clear favorite in his nephew Marcus Claudius Marcellus in terms of who he would like to see succeed him as Principe, Augustus took no notice of Marcellus when it came time to divvy out his inheritance. Going through great pains to maintain his air of republicanism and fairness, the ruler of Rome named only possessions which he would pass down. His greatest general and ally, Agrippa, would inherit Augustus's signet ring, a subtle way of signifying that this was his true successor as Principe, though the apt Augustus would never state so directly. And as for nearly all else, Augustus's co-consul and republican, Calpurnius Piso, would take the rest. If this man, Julius Caesar's heir Augustus, truly was an unspoken emperor, why had he done only this? For any who still saw through the Princeps production, they must have been greatly dumbfounded when Augustus returned to health and declined to remain consul. This was a genius political move, and by now, it stands hard to even prove that Augustus had a goal of becoming any type of imperial leader. In response, the Senate came to a new agreement with the now proconsul, ensuring Augustus's power throughout Roman lands and essentially securing yet again his unofficial role as emperor. But some still remained skeptical. After all, what was nearly Augustus's final act had been quite necessary, and for good reason. Prior to his illness in 23 BC, the curtain had nearly shut on the sagacious leader for reasons other than death. Either just before the diseased spring of 23 BC or a bit earlier at the end of 24 BC, Augustus participated in a trial ripe with scandal and the potential to strip him of his mask and reveal his true aims. This was because the former proconsul of Macedonia, Marcus Primus, was on trial for instigating a war with the Odrysian kingdom, an ally of Rome. Primus had done so without consultation with the Senate, something that was absolutely inexcusable. As the trial carried on, drama began to unfold when Primus's defense declared that it was Augustus who had not only approved, but ordered the military action. Primus himself clarified that it was the ruler's nephew, Marcellus who gave him the command. Either way, the implication of Augustus was catastrophic. If this was found to be true, all was ruined for Caesar's cunning heir. He would no longer be able to deny his desire for dominance and willingness to throw the Senate's rights and authority to the curb. The consequences of such findings were in fact so potentially deadly for his aims that Augustus himself showed up to testify during the trial. To lie under oath was a considerable undertaking. Nevertheless, some members of the jury believed that when Augustus spoke of having given no order for war to Marcus Primus, he had done just that. So, while Primus would ultimately be found guilty, a new crack had formed in Augustus's facade, and the willingness of multiple jurors to vote against the guilty verdict must have given the Principe a racing heart. Having escaped the doom of an acquittal of Primus, Augustus now saw his reaching authority resecured. Powers of proconsul, censor, tribune, and so forth were all held by the wily ruler. Scene after scene were acted out as the years ticked by. Augustus maintained the thin veil of republicanism as to not alarm any, though remarkable support from the citizenry who wanted to see even more power in the hands of Augustus notwithstanding. More titles and powers were bestowed upon him thus in the years to come. As his powers grew, Augustus looked to embrace them more and more. In one part, through legislation, for example, such as his new laws promoting marriage and reproduction, utilizing both rewarding incentives to those who follow the rules and serious punishment to those who don't, namely adulterers. In the other form, his shows of power came from military expansion, growing Roman holdings in Hispania, Lusitania, and more. And yet, within Rome, there was, at long last, peace. Having been plagued by calamitous and blood-stained periods of civil war, Rome had much needed a time of calm, and Augustus brought just that. This span of time, which would continue far into the AD era, became known as Pax Romana. But all legends die, and Augustus had already spent most of his life on borrowed time. The sand in the hourglass had run out. On August 19th, 14 AD, at the ripe old age of 75, the extraordinary and illustrious Caesar Augustus breathed his last breath. It's believed that his final words to the Roman public before his passing in Nola were, "I found Rome of clay. I leave it to you of marble." And to those closest to his heart, whom he saw in his dwindling hours, the first emperor of Rome, at long last, took off his mask and broke character. Have I played the part well? With the curtains closed and the show over, there was only one question remaining in the minds of Augustus's grieving fans. Who would play his part in the sequel? Even in his endmost days, Caesar Augustus laid claim to no son nor obvious heir. It would be the job of his sister, Octavia, his wife, Livia, or his daughter, Julia, to provide the great ruler with his trusted successor. The first of these women had given her brother the option of Marcellus, her son, but he had already met his end in 23 BC. Subsequently, Augustus next turned to his daughter, Julia, whom he wed to the reliable and quite remarkable Agrippa. This marriage produced 5 sons, 2 of which the emperor took quite a liking to. He adopted both boys, Gaius and Lucius, with full intentions of making one of them his chosen heir. That is, unless one of Livia's sons from her prior marriage could serve him better. And this latter option was still quite probable.
Augustus's stepsons, Drusus and Tiberius, were both experienced military generals and significantly older than his juvenile grandsons. Still, Caesar hoped to see Lucius and Gaius gain their own battle experience and prove themselves to be equally valuable choices. This wish was utterly crushed, however, when, much to the unbridled horror of Augustus, Agrippa and his two chosen sons all met their ends within the span of scarcely more than a decade. Further to the sheer consternation of the now aging ruler, Drusus was also dead by the end of the BC years. Lucius had succumbed to illness, Gaius due to a battle wound, and Drusus to a fall from his horse. The only life left deemed worthy by Augustus of ascending to his throne was Tiberius, who didn't exactly want any of this. After Agrippa's death, Augustus had forced his stepson to divorce his then-wife and instead marry his stepsister, Augustus's daughter. Both adult children were resentful toward the situation as a whole, being painfully aware of their places as pawns in Augustus's imperial games. Julia would thus affair herself into being exiled by her own father, while Tiberius, too, opted to stay away from the emperor. But alas, in 4 AD, Augustus was calling, and Tiberius had to go. Returning to Rome, and thus to his overbearing stepfather and puppet master, Tiberius was officially adopted by Caesar Augustus and named heir to the unofficial Roman Empire. And just like that, the curtain was drawn, and Act 2 commenced. On November 16, 42 BC, young Tiberius was born to Livia Drusilla and Tiberius Claudius Nero. The elder Tiberius was an ally to the deceased Julius Caesar, and thus to Mark Antony in the civil wars after the dictator's assassination. As a consequence of his parents' loyalties, the first years of the infant Tiberius's life were spent on the run. By the child's 4th birthday, however, the family was able to return to Rome, having been granted amnesty. Whether this kind gesture by Augustus had wooed Livia, or Augustus himself managed to do so, it wouldn't take long for the first emperor of Rome to pursue his new love interest. Both Livia and Augustus's current wife were pregnant with their respective husbands' children. But this was no matter to the emperor. Divorcing his own wife, Augustus pushed the elder Tiberius to do the same, and Livia would thus be re-wed to the ruler of Rome. It is believed that Livia's first child was left to stay with his namesake, and when Drusus, her second child by Tiberius, was born, he too went to live with his father. When the older Tiberius passed away shortly after, the boys returned to their mother, where they would continue to be raised alongside Julia, Augustus's daughter, and Marcellus, the emperor's nephew. All of these children, minus Julia, were treated as potential heirs to Augustus, who was yet to claim one clear successor. This meant that Tiberius was taught well, socialized, and given ample opportunities, but he was still known to have been a rather reclusive child. He was not an insecure boy, but rather shy and sometimes depressive. His speech pattern was also often painfully slow, a fact that only added to his off-putting manner. He wasn't what one would expect for the heir to an empire such as Rome, but nevertheless, he remained an option to Augustus. In 27 BC, a now teenage Tiberius, alongside Marcellus, accompanied the emperor on an educational trip to Gaul before returning to Rome, where Tiberius would soon be wed to the daughter of the renowned Marcus Agrippa, Vipsania Agrippina. Though this union was surely one between trusted allies of Augustus, it wasn't only a political marriage. Tiberius and Vipsania were truly in love, a rare occurrence for a Roman noble. One success seemed to lead to another for the young man as well, as he'd now been granted the position of quaestor, and by the age of 22, would be at the start of a budding military career. After spending time in the east, Tiberius would be chosen as praetor and sent over west to join additional campaigns, now alongside his brother. It's said that at this time, Tiberius was well liked by his men, respected by his stepfather, and quite a happy man. He had a good political career, now serving as consul, a loving wife and newborn son, and a brother he loved dearly. But there is a reason that Tiberius would become known as one of the saddest men in all of Rome. And that reason was about to rear its ugly head for the first time. In 12 BC, Marcus Agrippa, friend and son-in-law to Augustus and father-in-law to Tiberius, died. This left the emperor's promiscuous daughter, Julia, widowed. Accordingly, Augustus hoped to quickly find a suitable husband for his daughter to tie her down and keep his personal politics steady. For this, he looked to Tiberius, a man who just may be his chosen heir, and whom Julia had previously attempted to seduce while her dead husband was still living. Tiberius was horrified by this idea. The thought of divorcing his again pregnant wife, whom he adored so deeply, was inconceivable. And yet, Augustus was the one making the request. Generally, Augustus got what Augustus wanted. After all, Tiberius's own father had divorced his mother for such a reason. And so, Tiberius, though heartbroken as he was, left Vipsania to wed his stepsister, Julia. Not long after, Drusus, Tiberius's beloved brother, met his end as consequence of a fall from his horse. Augustus was all but guaranteed now to select Tiberius as his heir, as he continues promoting him both politically and militarily. But none of this seemed to matter to Tiberius anymore. All that he'd loved was gone, and his adulterous new wife could only amuse him for so long. The marriage between Julia and Tiberius was tumultuous, to say the least. Tiberius missed his true love. Julia was as loyal as a politician, and neither was fond of one another anymore. Hoping to escape the consequences of his wife's affairs and his grief over Vipsania, Tiberius thus looks to further busy himself with the sword. He would find great success in these endeavors, expanding Roman territory and gaining valuable experience. This, nor his second stint as consul, would nevertheless be enough to satisfy the troubled heir. He simply wanted an escape, a way out from the pressure, the scrutiny, and his increasingly toxic marriage that he so deeply regretted. Upon returning to Rome in 6 BC, Tiberius announced his voluntary exile to Rhodes and complete withdrawal from public life. It's said that Augustus, aging and fearing that he may lose his only heir, begs the man to stay, but Tiberius was sure of his decision to leave. He was only in his 30s by now. He was a father, a husband to the emperor's unfaithful daughter, and ex-husband to the love of his life, a skilled military commander, a former consul of Rome, and the assumed heir to the empire. Death and betrayal had thus far stained the path of his life after only 3 decades. Now in Rhodes, it seems that all of these negative events of his life began to display their consequences. Tiberius, never quite a social butterfly to begin with, was becoming even more introverted and angry. Repeated refusals by Augustus to allow him to return to Rome would only aggravate these festering traits. This would only last for so long, as the emperor's alternative heir in the form of Lucius, however, was alive. After his death in 2 AD, and with some persuasion from Livia, Tiberius was finally given the approval to travel back to Rome, though he would be required to live only as a private citizen. This came just in time for the death of Gaius in 4 AD, stripping Augustus of any other alternative to Tiberius as his inheritor. This led the emperor, whether with joy or great hesitation, to officially adopt his stepson, and Tiberius to, in turn, adopt his own nephew, Germanicus. A new line of succession was being solidified, and with that, Tiberius's political status and powers were restored and strengthened. In a matter of years, the heir, now in his 50s, would be elevated to equal standing with Augustus, thus securing his position even when Augustus was to die. And when he did, Tiberius found no issue in being named the sole and rightful heir to the empire. Technically, by this point in time, Tiberius was still styled as princeps like his adopted father. There wasn't an official empire, and Tiberius took the games of his stepfather to an extreme, feigning complete reluctance to accept the official titles of princeps and Augustus. Whether he, unlike his predecessor, actually meant his hesitancy is unknown, as he very well may have been indifferent to the opportunity. Whether he saw it as a duty he must accept, or was just as clever and power-hungry as others before him, we cannot know. But the Senate reacted negatively to his apathy either way. This marked the start of what would long be a tense relationship between Tiberius and his senators. The early years of Tiberius's rule were still the mildest. He at first seemed to be tame enough, and though reclusive, he thus far didn't portray himself as an angry or violent ruler. While some accusations were thrown his way, such as his alleged involvement in the murder of Agrippa Posthumus, the only possible rival claimant Augustus had left behind, nothing was yet glaringly obvious. Tiberius was fair in much of his legislation, handled Rome's money impressively, and wasn't a warmonger nor weak tactically. Rebellions were quelled, such as with the aid of his adopted son Germanicus, and criminals were punished. But for some time, these things seemed to be typical of any leader. It was only as the months and years went on, and more of those close to him died, that Tiberius and his public image began to darken, like the ocean fallen victim to the inky cloud of a cornered squid. In 19 AD, after a recent string of remarkable military triumphs, Germanicus, the assumed heir to Tiberius and his adopted child, died. The immediate blame fell on a man by the name of Gnaeus Calpurnius Piso, a governor of Syria and friends to Livia, Tiberius's mother. Piso was swiftly put on trial, accused of poisoning the would-be heir, during which he warned that if pushed, he could implicate the princeps himself in the presumed murder. What would actually happen would be Piso taking his own life, but nevertheless, the rumor of Tiberius's involvement hadn't gone unnoticed, and neither did the growing change in the emperor's temperament. This shift would only be exacerbated when, in 23 AD, Drusus, Tiberius's biological son and alternate heir, met his own suspicious demise. This was the point of no return for the emperor as a brooding solitary. He was now heirless, as anyone could see, and growing tired of his role as princeps. Lucius Aelius Seianus, who had long served as praetorian prefect and shared much responsibility with Tiberius over the prior decades, became the emperor's trusted substitute. With over 6,000 Praetorian Guard troops at his dispense within the walls of Rome, Sejanus became the most powerful man in the city as Tiberius, at his wits' end with life in Augustus's shoes, withdrew to his imperial villa in Capri. Now, with Rome under the watchful eye of both Sejanus and Tiberius's ever-overbearing mother, the princeps believed that he could rest easy, knowing that his empire was safe and he was securely isolated on his little island, away from the unrest that public life in Rome had always brought him. But Tiberius had always been a magnet for death and subsequent misfortune, and fleeing the capital wasn't going to change that. In 29 AD, Livia died, leaving Rome solely in the hands of Sejanus, a treacherous turn of events. Tiberius, still isolated in his villa, was spared witness to the cleansing of Rome of all those who opposed Sejanus, including 3 surviving members of Germanicus's family. The emperor was in fact so unwitting to the schemes of his trusted ally that he allowed Sejanus to serve as consul alongside him in 31 AD, whilst his secret lover, Livilla, Tiberius's niece, joined his ploy. Sejanus was determined to weasel his way into the line of succession now that Tiberius's obvious heirs were deceased, with the aid of the Julians. One way or another, however, the princeps soon became aware of Sejanus's conspiratorial spirit, and with the help of a Naevius Sutorius Macro, managed to send a letter directly to the Senate. A meeting was thus convened, and with Sejanus in attendance, the Senate read aloud the message, chastising his former ally and demanding his killing without hesitation. Dumbfounded by the sudden withdrawal of support by Tiberius, the Senate was caught off guard, but nevertheless called for an immediate trial. Sejanus and multiple allies of his were predictably found guilty, and thus executed as Tiberius had insisted. The following months would see additional family, friends, and colleagues of the disgraced commander meet similar fates, as Tiberius, now growing old and lacking the tameness he once had, aimed to punish any and everyone who may have even considered joining the side of Sejanus. While there had been good reason to punish Sejanus himself in the least, it seems that the domino of trials and executions his treason brought on had a further negative impact on Tiberius's public image. His departure from Rome and growing harshness as the years went on had already begun to corrode his reputation, but these events only proved the points of his critics. The increasingly unstable mind of the emperor was nevertheless unfazed by such judgments, and his mistrust and overall gloomy view in the world and his life had already done damage enough. He was old, paranoid, depressed, and unmotivated to do much at all. Even the unanswered question of who would stand as Tiberius's official heir seemed as though it would remain undecided. After Sejanus's purging of Germanicus's family, there were few options left, and yet Tiberius scarcely cared enough to decide between them. Still, there were 2 obvious choices: Tiberius Gemellus, the teenage son of the princeps, and Gaius Caesar, the only living son of Germanicus. Considering age and readiness, the latter of the men seems the only viable option for the idle emperor, and thus Tiberius finally chose, though lazily. "I am nursing a viper in Rome's bosom," he remarked. Tiberius made the effort to elevate Caligula, as Gaius Caesar was known, to the position of quaestor, but little else was done to secure his place as the intended successor to the Principate. This was an unfortunate decision on the part of the emperor, who consequently forced Caligula to secure his status on his own. The exact details of what occurred next are debated by historians of the time, but generally, the story goes as follows. In March of 37 AD, the 77-year-old Tiberius became ill and fell into a coma. After evaluating his incapacitated, deteriorating body, the emperor's physicians declared that Tiberius had met his end. This led to Caligula, the only known option as heir, being called upon to take up the succession. With the support of the Praetorian Guard, the new Augustus accepted his role, and the transition of power seemed as though it would be as smooth as ever, until Tiberius woke up. Some say that, upon regaining consciousness, the princeps asked for something to eat, and Caligula refused to allow him to be fed. Others say that, while nearly all who had already accepted Caligula as the new head of Rome spiraled into panic, Macro, the commander of the Praetorian Guard and former ally to Tiberius, smothered the true ruler to death with the emperor's own bedclothes. Whether Caligula was involved in such a plot or not is furthermore contested. Either way, Tiberius would receive no second chance at life. Now, he was truly dead. And with his passing came the oh-so-telling chants through the streets of Rome, "To the Tiber with Tiberius." Caligula, now confirmed as the true successor to the Roman Empire, immediately works to ensure his place would remain unchallenged. When it was revealed that Tiberius had chosen both Gemellus and Caligula as his co-heirs in his will, the latter stripped the will of any value. It was void, and Tiberius's wishes mattered now as much as faithfulness had to Julia. But it's worthwhile to remember what the second emperor of Rome had said about his successor. Caligula was a viper. The new princeps was not just any Roman noble. Born August 31st, 12 AD, Gaius Julius Caesar was the son of Germanicus and Agrippina the Elder, and the great-grandson of the defamed Mark Antony. The renowned Agrippa was his maternal grandfather. The sobriquet Caligula came from his early childhood, when Germanicus would take the toddler Gaius on campaigns in Germania, dressing him up like a little soldier and earning the child the name Little Boots. After Germanicus's death in 19 AD, Caligula grew up in multiple houses, being tossed between his mother's, his great-grandmother's, and his grandmother's. The soon-to-be heir would eventually make his way to Capri under the suspicious eye of Tiberius. Neither liked each other very well, and Caligula is rumored to have conspired to assassinate Tiberius years before the emperor's actual end. But Tiberius is believed to have been both aware and indifferent to this rumor. When his life did come to an end, whether at the hands of Caligula or not, Little Boots was waiting in the wings. He was already a cold and calculated man with a deep resentment towards those who had targeted his deceased family members. But he was smart, as many before him had been. Much like the first Augustus, he was a magnificent actor. It was once said of him, "Never was there a better servant or a worse master." Words spoken of him while in service of Tiberius, all the while the young man was planning to murder his master. Caligula was intelligent, politically savvy, and rather manipulative in character. And according to some, he was utterly insane. Thus, the reign of the Viper commenced. At the start of Caligula's reign at the helm of the Roman Empire, he was described as being beloved by all in the world, from the rising to the setting sun. The Roman people were so overtly enthusiastic about the death of Tiberius
that they would have likely adored any successor who seemed at the very least to be an okay human being. Caligula particularly also had the advantage of being a son of the treasured Germanicus, and in the early months of his rule, he was fairly mild and cheerful. He portrayed himself as generous, playful, and a lavish spender in a way that also seems to benefit the public. The new emperor was putting on extravagant gladiatorial games and handing out money to both the peasant class and the aristocracy for no obvious reason. He gave new honors and privileges to his surviving relatives and lay his deceased to rest at the mausoleum of Augustus. The citizenry saw a fun, compassionate, and kind ruler in place of the former solemn and dark Tiberius, and this made Caligula even more popular. But if fame couldn't go to the man's head, it would be his illness, 7 months into his reign, that did. In the fall of 37 AD, Caligula became severely unwell with anything from an epileptic attack to poisoning to some sort of psychotic break. Whatever the ailment was, it became so grave that the Roman people believed their emperor was on his deathbed, and thus wept and lamented the presumed loss of their so loved ruler. It is said that even some senators prayed for the man's recovery, asking the gods to take them instead of Caligula. Thankfully for their sake, the emperor would survive, and so would they. But something was not quite right anymore. Caligula had changed not just physically. With the illness's departure, it appeared that part of the emperor's sanity had gone with it. The year after his near-death experience, Caligula threw all Roman precedent aside when he defied his recently deceased sister Drusilla, whom he had loved so dearly that many spoke whispers of a possible incestual relationship. He furthermore seemed to have already forgotten about his earlier decision to do away with the unjust and political trials and executions of his predecessor, and now Caligula too was happily ending lives for so much of the slightest slip-up. Even the Praetorian commander and former friend of the emperor Macro seemed to displease Caligula by simply holding notable enough power for the changed ruler to feel threatened. Macro, along with Gemellus, Tiberius's intended co-heir, was forced to commit suicide. Some speculate that the leading motive for the sudden uptick in executions was more to do with garnering public funds than with Caligula's newfound depraved lunacy. But this may not have always been the case. Still, the emperor was known to seize estates upon execution, institute new taxes, and utilize many other forms of income after 39 AD, brought about an undeniable financial crisis caused by Caligula's earlier spending. Of course, not everything that the emperor did was suddenly wrong. Some of Caligula's public reforms were quite liked, such as his decisions to publish accounts of public funds, something that Tiberius had refused to do. He also went on campaigns in both Gaul and Germany, which accomplished all but nothing. There was such an absence of success and battle, in fact, that Caligula ordered his men to gather seashells on the beach, which would be displayed as spoils of victory. This was scarcely the strangest thing that the mad emperor did, however. For one, it's said that Caligula enjoyed utterly terrorizing the Senate, even joking with the men that his horse would be as good a consul as any of the recent picks. This wasn't as bad as the way he would make some senators run alongside his chariot for miles. But this even was still better than what he allegedly did to a priest's assistant. It's remarked that during an animal sacrifice, the emperor intentionally brought the mallet down on the innocent man instead of the animal he was holding in place. It's also said that Caligula rather enjoyed reminding people, including his own wife, that he could have them murdered at any time if he only said the word. He cherished watching people suffer, and the caring, fun old Caligula was dying more and more as every sun set and rose. Caligula ordered his own statues and temples to be built. Despite minor successes in expanding the Roman Empire and managing revolts, it appears that no one remembers much aside from the accusations of insanity, violence, sadism, betrayal, and so much more. Many of the citizenry, both peasantry and nobility, were growing tired of Caligula's new form already. There had already been one conspiracy to take down the emperor, led by his brother-in-law, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. Lepidus was executed, but that had done nothing to stop the rapidly growing resentment toward the man who so much of Rome had had such high hopes for. On January 24th, 41 AD, while out enjoying the festivities at the Palatine Games in the Cryptoporticus, Cassius Chaerea, with the support of his fellow Praetorian guardsmen and some of the Senate whom Caligula had so ruthlessly bullied and bruised, pulled out a whetted blade and brought it down, slicing directly into the emperor's flesh. A mob of supporters briskly joined in, revealing their own knives to stab Caligula again and again. The mad emperor, born Gaius Julius Caesar, was dying a death eerily similar to that of his namesake. A conspiracy led by a man named Cassius and resulting in over 30 stab wounds once more killed a Caesar. The immediate aftermath of the assassination was chaotic. Some, such as Chaerea, hoped for the armed forces to collectively support the Senate, but the Praetorian Guard in particular was hesitant, knowing that their existence relied heavily on the reigning of an emperor. Thus, while the anti-imperial faction sought out Caligula's wife Caesonia and their one-year-old daughter Julia Drusilla, the Praetorians scoured the palace for their new emperor. Caesonia was killed, and her daughter's head was violently smashed against a wall until she, too, was passed. Meanwhile, the guardsmen, specifically one by the name of Gratus, ripped aside a palace curtain to find the cowering and desperate Claudius, uncle to Caligula, and the last man anyone would expect to inherit the Roman Empire. And yet, without hesitation, the Praetorian Guard decided this was their new emperor. Tiberius Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus was born on August 1st, 10 BC, to Antonia Minor. He was the grandson of Mark Antony and Emperor Augustus's sister Octavia, the younger brother of the hero Germanicus. In his early years, young Claudius began to show signs of physical disability, one that many scholars have now theorized to be cerebral palsy. Claudius struggled with symptoms such as tremors, a stammer, a limp, and other noticeable ailments. As a sad consequence of his time and familial status, the young boy quickly became the target of ridicule and neglect from his own relatives due to his disability. As he aged, despite his symptoms becoming less overbearing and his growing knowledge and oratory skills thanks to tutoring from Livy and Sulpicius Flavus, Claudius still failed to earn a proper chance in the eyes of his family. Too soon, he chose to begin writing a dangerously honest account of Rome's civil wars, which, for Augustus, was far too critical. His sister, Claudius's mother, intervened in the matter and prevented the work from being completed. It seems that as the years went on, the family's disgust towards the young man only grew, and one could scarcely tell that Claudius was even part of the family at all. Even as control of the empire shifted to Tiberius, there came no allowance for Claudius to enter public life at all. Ironically, the Senate and other members of Roman citizenry seemed to be quite fond of Claudius, Whether it was in opposition to the imperial family or simply because they liked the man, it likely varied. But nonetheless, it would be blatantly false to say that Claudius was abhorred by all. And even within his family, Claudius would find an unexpected ally in Caligula. It would be the mad emperor who would finally break Claudius into the political realm, making him co-consul in 37 AD. Of course, Caligula enjoyed taunting and torturing everyone within eyesight or earshot, and Claudius was no exception to this sadistic hobby. But he nevertheless was finally getting the opportunity he'd been wanting. When the assassination plot against Caligula was being discussed, according to some historians, Claudius was well aware of it and simply did nothing to stop it. Having departed from the games shortly before Caligula was attacked, however, Claudius quickly realized that the imperial German bodyguard, remaining faithfully loyal to their emperor, was taking down anyone that seemed even slightly connected to the conspiracy. Meanwhile, it was rapidly becoming glaringly obvious that on the other end, Cassius was determined to wipe out Caligula's family entirely. This led Claudius on the run, ending up in the palace where Gratus found him cowering behind the curtain. But the Praetorians weren't there to kill him. They were there to name him Princeps and rush him off to safety under their own protection. The Senate was now reluctantly forced to confirm Claudius as the new ruler of the Roman Empire. Most of the conspirators involved in Caligula's death were ensuingly spared, but those directly accountable for the murders of Caesonia and Julia were put to death as to ensure the safety of Caligula's remaining relatives. Claudius, furthermore, was quick to remind the Roman people of his familial ties to Germanicus, Augustus, Drusus, and anyone else who would help legitimize his own reign as princeps. And despite having been chosen uniquely by the Praetorians, Claudius was liked by many. Maybe because he wasn't Tiberius nor Caligula, maybe because he was viewed quite positively by many even before entering public life, or maybe simply because he was a good leader. The new emperor viewed and treated the armed forces quite fondly. He also returned control of the Macedonian and Achaean provinces back to the Senate, despite their hesitation to support him. The borders of the Roman Empire were furthermore expanded through Thrace, Lycia, Judea, Mauritania, and Noricum. And it was under Claudius that Britannia was truly invaded by Rome, and a province of Britannia was set up. How exactly did Claudius conquer what no one before him could? Whether fact or fallacy, it's believed that Claudius's justification for entering Britannia was tied to the dethroning of a Celtic tribal king, Verica. The Catu-Villani tribe had ousted the pro-Roman king, banishing him from British lands and earning the harsh disapproval of Rome. Emperor Claudius likely saw this unacceptable power shift as a welcome act, however. Newly crowned and looking to prove himself militarily as best he could, this was a perfect opportunity. With the anti-Roman Catu-Villani moving briskly from their assault on Verica's Atrebates to ongoing expansion west, the Romans hastily began preparations for invasion. Who exactly was engaging in these arrangements is partially unclear, although we can say with certainty that the Legio II Augusta would follow soon-to-be Emperor Vespasian into British lands. Both Gnaeus Hosidius Geta and Titus Flavius Sabinus the Younger are mentioned to have participated alongside Vespasian, but commanding what army was not specified. Historians now suggest that 9 Hispana, 20, and 14 Germina legions may have in part or all accompanied the commanders into Britain, but this, for now, is only speculation.
As for numbers, with Aulus Plautius commanding the invading force as a whole, it's postulated that around 40,000 Roman soldiers of mixed infantry, cavalry, and other auxiliary troops would sail to Britannia with likely hundreds of ships to carry them to their undetermined fate. If Cassius Dio's report is accurate, whichever legions took the journey, the Roman attackers arrived in 3 waves. Suetonius further suggests that the invaders had left from Bononia, while Cassius Dio asserts that they sailed east to west. Where they anchored once they landed in Britannia, nevertheless, is a bit of a mystery. Both historians and archaeologists have posited theories, and the 2 leading suggestions state that all 3 divisions landed at either Rutupiae or Noviomagus. Rutupiae would make less sense, however, if Cassius Dio's account is to be believed, because if the origin of the voyage truly was Bononia, the Romans could not have sailed from east to west. Archaeological evidence, on the other hand, shows signs of a Roman presence in the Rutupiae region around the time of the suggested landing, calling into question the reliability of Cassius Dio. Yet, Noviomagus still would make its own sense as a place of arrival, in one part because it would have taken the Romans into former territories of the exiled Verica, who just may have been at the core of the entire campaign. Whether through Noviomagus or Rutupiae, one way or another, the shores of Britannia would soon feel the weight of thousands upon thousands of Roman feet. The invaders were well armed, well armored, and well trained and skilled. Their victims, the alliance of British Celtic tribes willing to fight for their freedom, were less fortunate, but nevertheless respectable warriors, even if cohesion and machinery were lacking in comparison to the Empire's fighters. Passion would likely have been on the side of the Brits, however, as they were defending their homeland and life as they knew it from one of the most baleful European powers of their time. The Romans were intimidating and not lacking in morale, but surely with less to fight for from the standpoint of each individual soldier. The Empire had much to gain, as did Claudius, but the Brits had their lives and entire existence at stake. The competing fervors first met with incendiary violence at the Battle of Medway. Caractacus and Togodumnus, Catuvellauni brothers, would be at the helm of the Celtic force marching valiantly toward Rome's impending army. The meeting is believed to have taken place at the River Medway crossing. One telling makes the claim that the Romans theatrically stormed through the flowing water with their horses to batter the awaiting Celts. Vespasian and Titus Flavius Sabinus are presumably to have been the spearheads of this charge, as their warriors now fiercely clashed by the riverbed. The first day of fighting came and went. The sun set on the unfinished bloodshed with no victor. The night held no answers, and dawn came soon with the promise of more violence. Day 2 of the Battle of Medway was underway. The second day would be the last. Despite early signs that the Britons would take the upper hand, they failed to ultimately do so. Yet the Romans found their own success in this. By day's end, the Britons were in a rapid retreat, fleeing all the way to the Thames, with the Romans in a fevered pursuit. The next clash would subsequently be along the moist banks of the River Thames, as the Britons scrambled to reorganize and recharge their fighters. It was becoming clear to the Catuvellauni brothers that they may have overplayed their hand in taking on the likes of a mighty empire. The scattered and frantic Celts were once again callously beaten down and overpowered by the Roman soldiers. In the frenzied and desperate defense, Togodumnus was mortally wounded, holding on until the end of the clash, just long enough to watch his men fall yet again before he closed his eyes on the remnants of his impassioned hopes and breathed his last fighting breath. It was now clear to the Romans that triumph was on the horizon, and the horizon was within reach. Aulus Plautius is indicated to have, at this point, sent words to Emperor Claudius himself, suggesting that the monarch meet him at the next battlefield to witness the nearing sweet triumph. By now, according to Cassius Dio, the Romans had already received the submission of the Dobunni tribe, and likely anticipated more as the finale approached. Claudius soon arrived, accepting Plautius's invitation, carrying with him the pride of a widely underestimated and unappreciated emperor about to accomplish something that none of his forebearers could, and not for a lack of trying. They had simply failed, but he hadn't. Britannia was about to be his. The Emperor of Rome landed on British soil, the soft shores giving way under the unmatched weight of his war elephant's massive feet. The Praetorian cohorts stayed close by as Claudius and his entourage marched across their newly conquered land. The Britons, very likely wholly stunned by the sight of Claudius's great beasts, seemed to have now made their final decision. Battle would be fruitless. The Celts would surrender, and the surviving Catuvellauni brother, Caractacus, would give up his cause and abandon his fight for freedom. With this bloodless victory at hand, the Romans could now call their conquest complete, and the subjugation and disarming of the remaining Celtic natives began. It's believed that 11 kings now surrendered their tribes and lands to Roman authority. Meanwhile, Caractacus slipped from Rome's grasp to find refuge, possibly in Wales, until the day would come again that he could retake what had been his. For now, Rome had only just begun its takeover. The aftermath of the initial conquest and surrender would see Roman influence and control seep through southern England, only solidifying as it expanded and more trapped Britons fell in line. The city we know today as London, known then as Londinium, was founded 4 years after the invasion, and in the immediate aftermath, Emperor Claudius returned home to Rome to thunderous applause and boisterous esteem after spending scarcely more than 2 weeks away to capture his empire's new lands. Rebellion and resistance would nevertheless plague Britannia for the coming decades, but that mattered little to Claudius and his empire. A victory was a victory.
Positive changes were thus made to the judicial system, reassertion of rights and respects for different religions, welcoming freedmen into his close ranks, supporting the expansion of Roman citizenship, freeing ill slaves who were abandoned by their masters, and preventing the murder of slaves were all parts of the Claudius's governing plan. So was appeasing the Senate, although that didn't mean he wasn't also critical of his senators when he saw it necessary. He even had a handful killed, generally in response to plots and conspiracies of his assassination or coups. At one point, even the contemporary wife of the emperor, Messalina, and her daringly public lover, Gaius Silius, were also executed for their own involvement in a scheme against Claudius. The princeps then wed Agrippina the Younger, a niece of his and a member of the Julian family. Following the marriage, Claudius adopted Agrippina's son, Lucius Domitius Aenobarbus, and named the young man co-heir, alongside the emperor's own Britannicus, who was still a boy. Lucius was additionally wed to Octavia, a daughter of Claudius, to further secure the unity of the two families and Agrippina's son's claim as Claudius's heir. This latter point, however, may have been the cause of Emperor Claudius's downfall. On October 13th, 54 BC, in the early hours of the morning, as the sun still fought the moon for dominion over the skies, Claudius breathed his final breath. Historians of the time blame Agrippina explicitly for his suffering end, accusing her of poisoning the elderly ruler in order to secure her son's place at the helm of the Roman Empire before Britannicus reached majority. This would be a likely explanation, though some still insist that natural causes killed Claudius. Either way, the emperor was dead, and his son was still too young to be crowned in his place. Agrippina and Lucius had gotten their wish, but the latter was about to embark on a reign that would be short, blood-stained, and one of the most haunting eras of Roman history. With the death of Claudius came the ascension of Emperor Nero. Just as with some of his successors, Nero was adored by the Roman people in his early reign. Only 16 years old, Nero had little affection for the office of emperor, and in fact, saw himself more of a poet and performer than a ruler of such a place as great as Rome. Perhaps this is why, in his first years at the helm, he was focused on erasing corruption, restoring power to the Senate, and eliminating the treason trials that had so plagued previous reigns. Nero is also said to have favored Greek wrestling over gladiatorial games, boosted the rights of slaves, slashed taxes, and overall took an approach that the Roman people and Senate hesitantly approved of. The only person at this point in time who seemed to be developing a rather negative view of the emperor was his own mother. Agrippina, from the very start, had hoped to rule through her young son, and thus had political opposition murdered, manipulated others, and tried to insert herself into the spotlight alongside Nero. But as the boy grew older and bolder, Agrippina began to feel that he was starting to distance himself from her. In her own scandalous fashion, Agrippina responded by threatening to support Britannicus instead of her own son, which led to the poisoning of Claudius's only other heir. Agrippina then attempted to build a stronger relationship with her daughter-in-law Octavia, having already discovered that Nero was having a sordid affair with a freedwoman named Claudia Acte. This pushed Nero even further away from his mother's side. He knew now that Agrippina was more of an overbearing nuisance than an actual aid to his reign, and thus had her exiled. By 59 AD, the situation had escalated to Nero's utter breaking point. Now involved in a new affair with a woman named Poppaea Sabina, it's theorized that this affair fans the flames of a growing feud between Agrippina and her son, as the former had grown quite fond of Octavia. But Nero found himself much happier with his mistress than his wife. The emperor, having lost all patience with his mother, first attempted to send her off on a ship that was destined for sinking. When Agrippina extraordinarily survived the shipwreck and made it back to shore, Nero simply had her stabbed to death and attempted to convince the public that it had been a suicide.
60 AD. Nero, one of Rome's most notorious emperors, sat perched atop his indomitable throne as screams of agony and passion cried out across the blood-soaked soil of today's England. He was on the brink of losing everything that his adopted father and predecessor to the Roman Empire had so spectacularly gained. Britannia was slipping out of his desperate grasp more and more with each passing minute. The clock was ticking as loud as ever. Rome was about to be defeated not only by the likes of a rogue Celtic tribe, but a rogue Celtic woman. This, in the words of Cassius Dio, caused the greatest shame. The emperor's men, and thus his glorious empire, were being bested by a vengeful widow of a man they had once called a friend. This was the moment of truth. Rome needed a victory. But so did Boudica. Rome had began a gradual conquest of the lower portions of Britannia in the early 40s AD under the watchful eye of Emperor Claudius, The reaction of the native Britons was generally mixed, with some choosing to befriend the newcomers and others taking to battle against the invading empire. Those of the latter would meet a hardly better fate, as they would find themselves conquered in short order. But even amongst those who allied with the occupiers, sentiments of rebellion took little time to begin to simmer amongst the people. The Iceni would prove to be just one such example of this brewing problem for the Roman Empire. Upon Rome's invasion of the tribe's British lands, the Iceni, according to Roman historian Tacitus, came to a voluntary agreement with Emperor Claudius, thus forming an alliance with the Romans and becoming a somewhat privileged, independent client state of the attacking empire. Who was king of the Iceni tribe at this time is a fact left only for those who lived it. But historians generally believe that if it was not Prasutagus who submitted to the Romans himself, then it was after a brief revolt by the Iceni in 47 AD that the now famous king was installed by Rome as a puppet king. Neither option changes the fact that the man we know now as Prasutagus was an Iceni king of quite friendly relations with the Roman Empire. Upon his death, the Celtic monarch left half of his kingdom to his teenage daughters and the other half to the new Roman emperor, Emperor Nero. This was meant to secure both his royal lineage within his tribe and also the allyship and favor of Rome. Prasutagus was, however, a naive man. The Romans were never the sharing type, nor was it within their character to be more respectful of their conquered peoples than they were required to be. The choice by the Iceni king to give only half of his holdings to Nero was seen not as a gift, but as an insolent snub to the Roman emperor of all people. Thus, Prasutagus' will was ignored entirely, and this triggered a crucial chain of events that would lead Rome and the Iceni into a twisted dance of war and death, stoppable only by more of the like. Reacting to the news of the Celtic king's death and his irrelevant wishes for his kingdom, many unfortunate happenings occurred all at once by Roman hands. The Iceni lands were seized for the empire. Iceni people were captured for slavery, unpayable loans were coincidentally called in, and most infamous of these acts, Prasutagus' grieving widow was flogged for all the public to see, and her daughters defiled in front of all who could bear to watch. These brutal acts of alleged justice by Rome did little more than to provoke the Iceni people into a state of violent indignation. Their queen, Prasutagus' widow, Boudica, was a woman of more vengeance than forgiveness, and her people now stood vehemently behind her. Rome, no matter how big, no matter how powerful, could not go unpunished. Boudica would be the chosen ruler to lead the Celts to their retribution. Not much is known for certain about this warrior woman of Britannia, but it is believed that she was born to a noble family, possibly around 30 AD, in or near the town of Camulodunum. This is just speculation, however, as is the suggestion that she may have been born to a tribe other than the Iceni. Nevertheless, by the time she married Prasutagus, likely around the age of 18, none of that would matter any longer, and neither would she be remembered for her early life, but instead for her actions that were to come as she readied for a war of vengeance and honor against one of the world's most powerful empires. Boudica would begin her campaign at the helm of her Iceni subjects, but furthermore with the support of additional scorned Celtic tribes such as the Trinovantes, whom historians believe were forced out of their homes and town at Camulodunum to make room for a fortress and Roman war veterans that the empire were hoping to appease. Similar sympathies could be found across the Britannic tribes as a result of Roman occupation and conquest, leading to increased support for the warrior queen and her outraged people. In a surely unintentional choice by Rome to add an overfilled bucket of fresh gasoline to the raging Celtic fire, Roman governor and commander Gaius Suetonius Paulinus was currently leading his men most unforgivingly against the people of the island of Mona, a place home to revered druids, the high-class priests of the Celtic world. One could say that this was the tipping point for Boudica and her rebels, but in truth, it was not needed. What had been done already had pushed them far over the edge of any level of acceptance, and there was never a thought of turning back. Boudica's first place of attack would be the stolen Trinovante land of Camulodunum. The colony was left open with no fortified city wall, nor a Roman force worth any value to protect it. Nothing more than the veterans themselves and an attempted relief from one Quintus Petilius Cerealis and his 9th Legion to stand in the way of Boudica's wrath. And thus, on a date unbeknownst to us, but ingrained forever in the minds of all who were there that day, the Iceni and their allies, rallying behind their warrior queen, turned the colony of Camulodunum into first a butcher shop and next a fiery graveyard. Boudica led her men on an utter rampage. Roman sources claim that anywhere between 120,000 warriors followed her lead as the massacre began. As the vexed tribesmen entered Camulodunum, the veteran soldiers of the colony scrambled to defend themselves. They called upon the absent Suetonius Paulinus, forlornly pleading for aid, but it was already too late. Boudica ensured the extermination of every last Roman she or her soldiers laid their incandescent eyes on. There was no mercy in the minds of the Celts, and only a few hundred Roman fighters stood no honorable chance against Boudica's tens of thousands. Quintus Petilius Cerealis and his 9th Legion of 2,500 men would hope in shameful vain that their presence would bring favor for the Romans, but their presence wouldn't even come while the men still breathed. Those colony members who had survived the initial slaughter hid themselves in the magnificent Roman exhibit of the Temple of Claudius, built beautifully of signature Roman stone and in honor of the deceased and glorified Emperor Claudius. The temple would stand as the final safe haven for the doomed citizens of Camulodunum. And after a siege of 2 days, the Iceni were ready to seal their fate. The colony was lit ablaze. Flames rushed through the abandoned homes, public spaces, and all that the Romans had so proudly built. Acrid smoke filled the air and seeped into the emperor's temple as one by one the remaining civilians lost consciousness. As the crackling fire now reached the doors of the temple, all but the flames themselves fell silent. It was all over for Camulodunum. Petilius Cerealis had been far too late. He and his soldiers were still on the road to the colony of ashes when Boudica stumbled upon them. The 9th Legion met a similar doom as the veterans of Camulodunum, just without fire. Cerealis's 2,500 simply collapsed under the unassailable force of the Britons. A scarce few cavalrymen managed to escape with their lives alongside Cerealis himself. The road to Londinium was now wide open. The victorious Iceni and co. were only just beginning their campaign of vengeance and resistance. The terror they had wrought at Camulodunum sent shockwaves through Rome, and pride and hope through the Celts. This was about more than just revenge. It was about freedom. It was about taking back what the Britons had once held as their own, and it was a reality check for the mighty Romans. Suetonius Paulinus was one such Roman who caught word of the jarring liquidation of Camulodunum and the 9th Legion. Stunned and outraged, Paulinus prepared a garrison to handle ongoing matters on the island of Mona, while he and detachments from his 20th Legion began the frantic journey toward the source of the Roman despair, Boudica. With his 14th Legion following close behind, Paulinus soon made his way past the haunting residual embers and corpses of Camulodunum. They were rushing toward Londinium. This was where the rebel woman would strike next, and this was where Rome must defend. But not all of Rome was keen on doing just that. Suetonius was on this journey alone, with no reinforcements at hand and only around 5,000 men of his own. This was but a bee sting in the way of Britons, and Suetonius Paulinus was in no mood to die for naught. Once at Londinium, the commander rallied all of his men and the citizens of the city to follow him and evacuate the vicinity. Many joined and fled, while those who remained were treated with a conclusive absence of kindness. Cassius Dio spared no word in describing the actions of Boudica's men against all who did not retreat. They hung up naked the noblest and most distinguished. Afterwards, they impaled the woman on sharp skewers run lengthwise through the entire body. Enslaved Celtic tribesmen of the city were additionally freed, only bolstering Boudica's already advantageous manpower. And with this new, even mightier display of numbers, the freedom fighters and their queen were off, now to Verulamium. Whether or not the rampageous Iceni fully scorched and destroyed Verulamium is unknown to scholars today, as much of the physical evidence left behind only indicates a partial ruination. This is likely due to the fact that the town was home to the Catuvolani tribe, Britons, like the Iceni, but sympathetic to the Roman cause. And as such, Boudica may have only targeted structures and citizens of Verulamium that were clearly Roman-influenced, or she may have torched it entirely. Either way, the town became another victim of the warrior queen and her men as they continued their glorious war march through England's southeast. It's stated by Tacitus that by now, somewhere near 70,000 Romans had met their wicked end at the hands of Boudica's army. Abroad, Emperor Nero had received all the news he could bear. Whatever mixture of logic and ego he had swirling around in his own twisted mind was about to bubble over. The thought of wholly withdrawing his troops from Britannia was beginning to appear the best option at hand. Rome couldn't lose again to a soiree of angry Celts, let alone one being hosted by a woman. To pull out of the region entirely would at least be a choice for Rome by Rome, and the dismayed emperor could manage to save face, even if only a sliver. If this was Nero's ultimate decision, however, it was not acted upon. Instead, Suetonius Paulinus had a newfound confidence that he had chosen to act on. The Romans, after all, were better equipped, better organized, and better trained. They may have stood no chance against Boudica and her appalling numerical superiority at Londinium or even Verulamium, but Paulinus felt that this was a temporary fact. All he needed was an advantageous battle position, nothing more. With this, he forcefully insisted that he could not only vanquish the Britons now, but he could prove a crucial point in their minds going forward. Resistance was futile. Thus, as Boudica led her warriors triumphantly somewhere along what we know today as Watling Street, battle-ready and brimming with the passion of a woman scorned and avenged by her own hand, General Paulinus was dauntlessly readying his timorous men for either victory or death. Where exactly along Watling Street the paths of Boudica and Suetonius Paulinus crossed, we do not know, but we can say this. Paulinus had chosen the battlefield, and he had picked a site that allowed his 14th and 20th legions and allied Roman veterans to be surrounded by Mother Nature on all sides but one. Neatly packed between a backdrop of woodlands and a small passage that opened only to a vast plain in front, removing any possibility by Boudica of an ambush or otherwise surprise. Paulinus was ready. He had given his roughly 10,000 soldiers the speech of a lifetime, reminding them of their identities as Romans and their abilities based on such. This would be the fight of their life. They were facing an estimated 230,000 Celts emblazoned by fury, pride, and an unquenchable thirst for freedom. They too had received a motivational speech of legendary proportions from their own commander, Queen Boudica herself. They would be fighting for their lives, while the Romans were merely fighting for Rome, in what appeared to be a horrifically predictable losing battle. But General Paulinus was a persuasive man and an intelligent military commander. What he was about to do was both foolhardy and insanely astute all at once. The Romans, decked from head to war-weary toe in full body armor, massive shields, and whetted swords and spears, donned their battle positions. The Britons, much less protected or armed, came dressed in confidence. Behind them were wagons of their families, ready to celebrate all together after the crushing conquest they were about to beget. The clock stopped its ticking. The time was now. Suetonius Paulinus arranged his legionaries like canned sardines. They were tightly packed together in a sliver of land they occupied before the opening of the field, crouched shoulder to shoulder with their shields at the ready, forming an armored shell around them. The cavalry was positioned on the wings, with the auxilia infantry on the flanks. The Celts, on the other hand, were far less organized, though their sheer numbers would give the impression that this was inconsequential. And so, as Boudica led her men into a passionate charge toward the waiting Romans, the latter sat motionless, seemingly foreshadowing the end that the Britons so surely anticipated would soon come. But as the Celts closed in, the Romans launched a downpour of spears, raining a violent death down on Boudica's men as their lack of proper armor welcomed the sharp spear tips directly into their persons. Many instantly fell to the foot-flattened ground, gravely wounded or already dead. The rest, at the alarmed order of the Queen, desperately pulled back, but only temporarily. They quickly launched themselves back at the wall of shields in a thunderous battery, this time hoping to have exhausted the Roman spears, forcing the fight into close combat. This is what happened, but the Romans would still overpower the Britons, switching to their shining swords and slicing right through the assaulting Celts. General Paulinus then shouted for his men to push forward, moving onto the offensive. Shifting into a more triangular formation, the Romans pounced. This would be the shot to the head for Boudica's army. The Celts, though vastly outnumbering the Romans to begin the clash, were now wasting away under the ferocious pressure of the enemy's shrewd charge. Boudica's hopes and dreams, her pride that had thus far swelled to such magnificent heights, the satisfaction of meaningful vengeance felt by the Iceni and their allies, and the confidence of a winning revolution were all crumbling, slipping through her bloodied fingers as she tried in vain to hold onto any semblance of victory left. She just couldn't. It was all over. As the surviving Britons scrambled to escape the Roman blades, many became caught up in the chain of wagons, filled with the horrified children and wives of the fallen soldiers, blocking any valuable exit route. Some did manage to slip through, such as Boudica herself, but the rest tens of thousands were brutally slain. The Romans spared no one, not man, nor woman, nor baggage animal, whether fighting or fleeing. The massacre left the open land soaked in the blood of the Celtic people and only a few hundred Romans. When the butchery finally came to an end and the valley fell eerily silent, the true grisly scale of what had just occurred could at last be understood. The bodies of the Iceni and all those who had risked their lives to aid in the feverish rebellion now littered the blood-stained grass. The fatigued Roman victors stood wherever their feet could still feel the earth below them, catching their breath and inspecting the aftermath of the vigorous battle. Despite what seemed to be against all odds, their meager 10,000 had routed a force with over 10 times their men and a fiery passion that few motives could evoke in a man. But Rome had won. They had won the battle, and with it, they had won the war. The war for Britannia, for now, was over. As for Boudica, although she survived the disastrous trouncing, one theory suggests that her honor had not made it out alive with her. Tacitus posits that in the wake of her rebellion's mortifying end, Boudica chose death by poison over a life of disgrace. Cassius Dio, contrarily, believes that she instead succumbs to illness before she could rally what remained of her troops for a renewed campaign against their conquerors. Whether by poison or sickness, however, Boudica did die following her brutal defeat at Watling Street, and her impassioned spirit would fizzle out with her life. The Iceni Revolt was over. The Britons were defeated. Rome secured Britannia. The clock was reset, and Nero could breathe a long-held sigh of relief. Now, with his meddling mother out of the way, Nero left the running of the empire to his advisors, Burrus and Seneca. That is, of course, until the death of Burrus in 62 AD made things a bit more difficult. It seems that after his mother's murder and then losing one of the men he relied so heavily on to do his own job for him, Nero became another level unhinged. It was this same year that Poppaea would fall pregnant with the emperor's baby, dragging Nero into a new scandal. Desperate to keep his mistress while saving his reputation, he reacted by divorcing and exiling Octavia, whom he accused of being infertile. The public, having up until this point rather liked their emperor, protested this act and called for Nero to undo his decision. Doubling down, the ruler instead accused Octavia of having had her own affair, which he used to justify her execution. Nero was now free, at least technically, to marry his pregnant mistress, and so he did. This satisfied the emperor, at least until 65 AD, when Poppaea, pregnant again after her first child with Nero had died in infancy, died. Whether this was at the hands of a rage-driven Nero in the heat of an argument, or from natural causes of a childbirth or miscarriage complication, is unknown. Nevertheless, the emperor was clearly devastated by the loss of his beloved. Her funeral was extravagant and grander than most tradition, and Nero's downward spiral into deep insanity was alarmingly accelerated. 2 years after his wife's death, the emperor had spotted a young freedman, Sporus, who he alleged looked exactly like Poppaea. He thus had the boy seized, castrated, and dressed in the deceased's clothing. Nero went so far as to wed Sporus, falling into a startling fantasy world where his dead bride was living once more. All of this, in addition to Nero's growing love of the arts and now public performances on stage, coupled with his increasingly odd and dishonorable behaviors, led Seneca, the only remaining advisor that Nero could push his responsibilities off to retire. Still, Nero enjoyed himself whenever he could, and frequently traveled outside of Rome. And it was on one of these trips that Rome went up in flames. The Great Fire of Rome would last for a week straight, erupting on July 18th in the dark of the night and ripping through the streets, homes, and temples of the city as the wind whipped the flames this way and that. Whether the fire had been started at Nero's order or not is unclear, but either way, after the fire had finally been snuffed out, construction began to rebuild the burnt-down sections of Rome in a new, extravagant style to accompany a large and lavish palace for the emperor himself. Realizing that this was causing his own people to blame him for the devastating blaze, Nero desperately searched for a scapegoat, and he landed on the Christians. The torture and eradication techniques he would consequently utilize to punish the Christians of Rome would be so horrific and vile that even the Roman pagans would condemn their ruler, and many of them thought that Nero may have been the Antichrist. Despite maintaining some level of popularity and success in the East, Nero's reign by now was all but doomed. He was becoming increasingly hated by both the Senate and the people, and a growing number of conspiracies were swirling around the realm. The emperor would have some of his senators, alongside philosophers, knights, and others who plotted against him, executed, but not all. And it seems that killing all was becoming less and less possible. It seems that now everyone was against him. In the spring of 68 AD, a provincial governor by the name of Gaius Julius Vindex would be the first to reach his limit with the debauching, persecuting, deranged princeps. Vindex declared himself to be in rebellion against Nero, and in a genius ploy, publicly aligned himself with the governor of Hispania Tarraconensis, Servius Sulpicius Galba, who had not himself even joined a rebellion. After being declared an enemy of Rome in response, Galba had little to lose, and in due course declared himself to be in open rebellion against Nero as well. This was the heftiest domino to fall, and it was from this moment in time that the clock counting down the emperor's living days began to tick. Aware of his end nearing, yet still hopeful for a savior, Nero woke up in the middle of the night to find his palace starkly empty. The Praetorian Guard had left him. His own bodyguard had as well. His allies, his servants, his soldiers, everyone. Having failed to summon anyone throughout the entire palace, running aimlessly through the empty chambers and halls, Nero shouted distraughtly, "Have I neither friends nor foe?" After what must have felt like an eternity, the emperor finally found 4 loyal freedmen to accompany him as he frantically searched for a place to hide. The Senate had now declared Nero, their princeps, a public enemy. The whole of Rome, it appeared, was out for his blood. Having arrived at the villa of Phaon, another freedman who offered shelter, Nero ordered his few remaining friends to dig him a grave. Seemingly in the depths of a mental breakdown at the thought of all that was playing out, Nero began to mumble, "What an artist dies in me," repeatedly, as he paced around and begged one of the freedmen to either kill themselves to motivate his own suicide or to kill him. At long last, as the sound of his treasonous soldiers grew louder and nearer, likely by his own hand, Emperor Nero, only 30 years of age, was stabbed in the throat and collapsed to the floor. When the soldiers arrived and found him, blood-soaked and barely breathing, lying on the ground at their feet, Nero is believed to have triumphantly taunted, "Too late! This is fidelity." On June 9th, 68 AD, Nero, and what remained of the Julio-Claudian dynasty came to a bitter, beastly end. Thus, the empire entered the Year of 4 Emperors. With the rebellion in full swing, as Nero's minutes as a living ruler were waning, the Senate had found their preferred replacement for the doomed emperor. They had chosen the governor of Hispania, who deemed himself general of the Senate and people of Rome, in defiance to the typical title of General of Caesar. His name was Servius Sulpicius Galba, and he was a well-rounded politician and military man known for his sternness and loyalty. He was declared the new princeps by the Senate while still in Hispania, and in spite of another claimant by the name of Nymphidius Sabinus attempting to usurp the barely secured throne. The Praetorian Guard took the responsibility of assassinating this pretender, and while Galba would have to face an ambush from one of Nero's legions on the journey to the capital, he would eventually make his way safely to accept his honor. The problem now was that Galba was not a gentle nor necessarily fair man. He had a reputation for harsh discipline and a familiar tyrannical streak that the Roman citizens were oh so tired of. In the short window he had to make a good first impression, he didn't. He disbanded the German guard, seized properties of innocent Romans, failed to pay the Praetorians properly, handed out death sentences without trials, and seemed to treat the empire as his own little game. His advisors were further criticized as contributing to the string of bad decisions that marked Galba's early reign. But the man himself was just unlikable to many. 2 legions of Upper Germany would be the first to launch an open rebellion against the new ruler, followed the next day by those of Lower Germany. The latter went so far as to declare Aulus Vitellius, their governor, to be the true princeps in Galba's place. Now January of 69 AD, 7 months into Galba's reign, it was clear that the emperor chosen by the Senate had been a poor decision. He was unpopular, cruel, and the exact opposite of what Rome was wanting. Consequently, on January 15th, just as they'd done to his challenger, the Praetorian Guard put an end to Galba. It wasn't just the Praetorians who wanted the emperor dead, however. Even allies can turn to enemies if you play your part poorly. Marcus Salvius Otho was one of those men for Galba. At the start of Galba's rebellion against Nero and ascension to the role of princeps, Otto had taken the newcomer's side. Given the option between Galba or Nero, there was no question. Why would Otto align with the man who'd stolen his wife? Poppaea Sabina, the notorious mistress of Emperor Nero, was the wife of Otto, until the princeps became so obsessed with the woman he'd been having his affairs with that he forced her and her husband to divorce. It was then that Nero himself married Poppaea, and Otto was sent into exile in Lusitania. Nero did make the humiliated man governor of the province, but Otto would never forgive him. Yet, this meant that Galba had only obtained the governor as an ally due to his own opposition to Nero. It thus came as no surprise that, in time, Otto's loyalty to his new emperor would fizzle out. After the death of Galba, it would be Otto whom Rome chose to take his place, with great anxiety as to what this decision would bring them. Otto, it appeared, had no intent on subjecting Rome to yet another dictator. This, however, was irrelevant, because Otto wasn't the only man who could make that decision. In fact, he quickly became aware of a precarious predicament. The German legions who had turned their backs on Galba had declared an Aulus Vitellius, former consul and commander of the Germania Inferior Army, as emperor. Dangerously ignorant to the spreading revolt on the Rhine, Otto had missed the news that even more legions, spreading to the armies of Britannia, Gaul, and Raetia, had joined his challenger. Now marching on Rome, Vitellius and his men found themselves face to face with the defenders of not Galba, but Otto. This would serve as little deterrent, however, and Vitellius was still ready for war. In a drastic and wildly unforeseen turn of events, Otto responded by taking his own life. He is said to have declared, "It is far more just to perish one for all than many for one." It's believed that, realizing the great possibility of a full-fledged civil war at hand, Otto chose to end his own life to spare the lives of all those who'd fight for him. Rome had already seen an exhausting amount of civil war, and the emperor just couldn't bring himself to cause yet another. And so, in death, Otto earned great respect and adoration. But it was in death, and yet again that year, the role of princeps had changed hands. Otto had reigned 3 months, and now it would be Vitellius's turn. All accounts of Vitellius's reign can be questioned as to their fairness, but still, none regard him as much of a beloved ruler. He is known to have expanded the Praetorian Guard utilizing his own men, opening up the imperial administration offices to the Equites, banning astrologers from Rome, giving further honors to the deceased Nero, and allegedly starving his own mother to death. It seems that, though not to be the despotic extreme of some of his predecessors, Vitellius was not exceptionally liked or disliked. Still, the lack of unanimous approval of his position as emperor displayed a hazardous level of disapproval in the least. It thus came as a bit predictable when, in the summer of 69, Vitellius was informed that history was repeating itself. A new emperor had been declared elsewhere, within his empire. This time, it was the eastern provinces of Rome, in addition to Illyricum and Dalmatia, that would split from the Senate's choice of ruler. They declared in favor of a man by the name of Titus Flavius Vespasianus, a politician and general who had served in the invasion of Britain. This meant that, for the second time, Vitellius was faced with the prospect of a civil war, and unlike his predecessor, he was willing to plunge Rome into that tumult yet again. The emperor's immediate reaction was to gather a handful of legions who could head east and prevent Vespasianus's men from crossing over into Italy. This led to a decisive defeat of Vitellius's forces and the rapid deterioration of the princeps' defense. Desertions, low morale, and downright betrayal were duplicitously eating away at what remained of Vitellius's army. The steady disintegration of his troops pushed Vitellius to make a humbling decision. Abdication was his only answer. Oddly, though, the Praetorian Guard disagreed. Despite having already come to an agreement with his contender concerning the exchange of power, the Praetorian Guard would halt Vitellius on his way to officially make the transfer. Forced back to his palace, the emperor was given no option but to renew his fight against Vespasianus. With only a meager civilian militia on his side, Vitellius put up his final fight as Vespasianus's men reached the walls of Rome. The battle was horrific. According to the writing of Cassius Dio, 50,000 people would be brutally killed by the end of the fight. Both sides took significant casualties, particularly the invaders. And in the end, the bloodshed was for nothing more than the power-hungry goals of another destined ruler. Vitellius was dragged through the streets of Rome before being violently murdered. "Yet I was once your emperor," was his farewell to the winning side. all the while as another brutish civil war carried out through Italy on its path straight to the capital. Vespasianus himself was far away, over in Egypt. Here, too, he had been declared emperor already, and on December 21st, 69 AD, the Senate was in agreement. Vespasianus was now Emperor Vespasian. The first months of Vespasian's rule would be undertaken by Mucianus and Vespasian's son Domitian, while the emperor remained in Egypt. Mucianus was focused heavily on repairing the empire's slipping finances, and he did so by attempting to impose as many new taxes as the people would allow. Upon Vespasian's arrival in Rome, the taxes continued, in spite of growing rebellions throughout the empire's territories. Persecution of Jews, as Vespasian's son Titus worked to suppress an ongoing revolt in Judea, would add further negativity to the new emperor's early reign, which was then amplified by the Batavian rebellion breaking out in Gaul as Julius Sabinus declared himself emperor of Gaul and a descendant of Julius Caesar. This challenge, too, was eventually thwarted, but Vespasian was becoming increasingly aware of the risk to his power. Something had to be done, and thus was born his propaganda campaign. Immediately upon reaching Rome, the princeps had attempted to win over support by handing out lavish gifts to his soldiers and citizenry. He also ventured to convince the populace that he was their rightful ruler due to his military triumphs thus far. Any remaining supporters of Vitellius or simply opposition to Vespasian were eradicated, and there was an obvious ongoing effort to control the narrative around the emperor's reign. This, nevertheless, wouldn't be enough to save Vespasian from the tradition of conspiracies against the current ruler. Details of these attempts on his life are not well known, but it is noted that the emperor was faced with plot after plot as he struggled to manage public opinion. Achieving success at just that, and thus surviving all schemes targeted against him, Emperor Vespasian would die by illness on June 23, 79 AD, leaving the reins of the empire to Titus. A seasoned military tribune and quaestor, Titus had been made commander of the Praetorian Guard, served as a 7-time consul, and held tribunician power alongside his father during Vespasian's reign. When the time came for someone to take the empty throne after Vespasian's death, Titus was ready for the undertaking. This was in the face of notable concern from the Roman public who, feeding off of prior rumors and accusations, believed that Titus may be more like Caligula or Nero than any of his other predecessors. Their assumptions were quickly challenged, however, as Titus came to power with a promise to put a pause on all treason trials due to his assertion that it is impossible for me to be insulted or abused in any way, for I do naught that deserves censure, and I care not for what is reported falsely. As for the emperors who are dead and gone, they will avenge themselves in case anyone does them a wrong, if in very truth they are demigods and possess any power. Public perception of Titus would gradually shift, and the people's fear melted into relieved approval and even adoration by some. Great feats such as the completion of the Colosseum, which had begun construction under Vespasian, added to Titus's admired accomplishments. Other construction projects may have been overshadowed by a series of ill-fated trials, from the eruption of Mount Vesuvius to a fire in 80 AD that resembled a more tamed rerun of the Great Fire during Nero's reign. Rebellions additionally had to be dealt with under Titus's administration, and allegedly, Domitian began to hatch a scheme against his own brother at some point during his reign. It wouldn't be a conspiracy or imperial challenge that would cause for another exchange of power, however. Just as his father had, Titus would die of disease, in this case, only 2 years into his reign.
Some historians compellingly debate this version, however, and posit that Domitian had poisoned his brother, and that Titus's final words, "I have made but one mistake," referenced his refusal to take his wily relative out while he still had the chance. Domitian, having been the obvious second fiddle to his elder brother through their father's reign, was nevertheless an experienced politician as well. And while some historians question if the accusations of his plot against Titus are true, it's evident that the brothers, who'd spent little time together during childhood, were far from close. As Titus lay suffering on his deathbed, Domitian was meeting with the Praetorian camp and ensuring his position as his brother's heir. With Titus's final breath, Domitian was made emperor. The Senate may have quickly come to regret its decision to give Titus's younger brother such unchecked power, because he quickly made that of the Senate severely crippled. Domitian was not shy about his disdain for the entire body of the Senate and the idea that Rome should even resemble the republic it once was. And now he had the authority to do something about those ideas. The new ruler believed that it was his sole duty to guide the Roman government and citizenry down the path to greatness, and thus made it his responsibility to oversee all parts of his administration. If the historian Suetonius is to be believed, the empire ran more smoothly than ever under Domitian, maybe due to the empire's high level of suspicion and willingness to rid himself of anyone he saw as dishonest or untrustworthy. The level of corruption across the empire significantly dropped during Domitian's reign. Furthermore, Domitian lacked the scandalousness of many of his predecessors. He was no fan of the theater as Nero had been, and his intimate life was far more private than the likes of Caligula. He was, in fact, quite a moral man by many standards, and required his citizens to follow his example, steering away from those acts that he saw as debauching. Much like his father had done, Domitian found himself regularly handing out gifts of money to his people and keeping a conscious eye on his public image. Though he never feared to anger the Senate, he was wise enough to know that the citizenry and armed forces must be kept content in the least, particularly in the case of the latter, because he needed them. Domitian saw military triumphs as subsequently important, and he had one specific target in mind that he hoped to triumph over: the Kingdom of Dacia. Viewing Britain with much less of a wanting eye than his predecessor, Domitian opted to withdraw from the Isles and instead march his men into Dacia. Having left his campaign against the kingdom early to go back to Rome and accept his new triumph ceremonies, Domitian made quite an appalling mistake. He had assumed that the Dacians were a lost cause, but they weren't. And when the Romans crossed the Danube thinking that they would be finishing the job, they were routed instead by the kingdom's defenders. What the emperor had assumed would be an easy victory turned into a years-long war, eventually ending in a humiliating agreement for peace with the Dacian king. Nevertheless, Domitian was not entirely without success. In other areas of his reign, he proved to be quite effective. Some finishing touches were added to the Colosseum under his watchful eye, as was the final reconstruction of the Temple of Jupiter, and the completion of the Palace of Domitian on Palatine Hill. He also managed to protect his empire's borders despite being distracted by his own outward ambitions, and was far from a complete failure. But if a Roman emperor began his reign with sanity and poise, according to history, he would likely end it with insanity and tactlessness, and Domitian was not immune to such a fall from grace. As the years of the emperor's reign went on, the number of senseless executions and the level of utter paranoia in Domitian's mind rapidly increased. Conspiracies, too, began to climb in numbers. Although, at the start,
the emperor managed to escape certain death and rewarded all those who tried to take him out with a death of their own. On September 18th, 96 AD, his luck ran out. Domitian, who had believed for some time that his death was near and would occur at midday on some unknown date, had just been put at ease by one of his servants who had informed the emperor that it was already the afternoon. This servant had lied, but Domitian had trusted his word and went sedately to his desk to carry out some imperial duties. It was around this time that Stephanus, one of his niece's stewards, entered the room announcing that he had discovered yet another scheme to take down the emperor. Stephanus, cradling a bandaged arm he explains to have injured recently, handed the confused ruler a document with alleged proof of the conspiracy. As Domitian looked over the evidence, Stephanus pulled a dagger from his bandage and stabbed the emperor in the groin. Domitian swiftly jumped on his assailant, and the two men hit the floor in a frantic scuffle. As the men's anguished grunts and shouts rang out through the palatial emperor's chambers, more conspirators rushed into the room to join the deadly brawl. In the end, Domitian would succumb to 8 stab wounds, but Stephanus would join him in death, as Domitian had given him one mighty and fatal stab wound of his own. The people of Rome had mixed reactions to yet another assassination. The Senate was ecstatic and hid no such emotion. Much of the army was furious. The Flavian dynasty had ended. Thus was ushered in a new era for the Roman Empire. Rome's 5 good emperors. A phrase that would shock many after studying the likes of Rome's terrors such as Nero and Caligula. But for a short burst, the empire had a reprieve from the barbaric and unpredictable ways of past rulers, starting with Nerva. His full name was Marcus Cucceus Nerva, and he was the heir to Emperor Domitian. Marcus Nerva was born anywhere from 30 to 35 AD in the village of Narni to a family of great Italian nobility. His childhood has been poorly documented, and his early career holds a similar pattern. Nevertheless, we know that Nerva spent time as both an advisor and a remarkably close friend to Emperor Nero, following a trend of the Cucceii family being consistently in the imperial inner circle. Under Emperor Vespasin, we furthermore know that Nerva was granted an early consulship. But apart from that and a later consulship under Domitian, repeated gaps in historical records of Marcus Nerva's life leave us with little to be certain of. It's not until his accession to the throne that the history books began to take note. With the assassination of Emperor Domitian on September 18, 96 AD, Marcus Cucceus Nerva was named emperor before the sun could set on the dead monarch. Nerva was chosen by the Senate, an unusual change of events, and there remains even today some suspicion that Nerva himself had been somehow involved with the murder of his predecessor. This may be in part due to the fact that Nerva was a wildly unexpected choice for emperor. He was old, frail, and had no child nor clear heir to follow him. For the Senate, however, this could be quite beneficial, especially as they toiled to regain some control and power after facing heavy-handed oppression under Domitian. Nerva was thus much more liked by the Senate, whom he was far kinder to. But he still had to earn the support of the general public and the army through the customary gift payments and undoing any ill-liked laws of his predecessor. Nerva promised the Senate to include them in his administration more than Domitian had, and swore not to allow any senators to be put to death for his sake. He also returned lands confiscated by the previous emperor and gave new lands to poor Roman citizens and excluded others from certain taxes. The problem with his lavish spending, even if it was out of generosity, was that it would eventually catch up to Nerva and his draining treasury. Aside from necessary spending, such as for aqueduct and road work throughout Rome, Nerva went so far to stop unnecessary spending and rectify his mistake that he even forbid the construction of statues in his honor and utilize those made by Domitian, alongside other possessions of his predecessor, to make a profit and help refill his coffers. All of this was fine and well, and there wasn't much done that could cause Nerva to be disliked. It was instead what he didn't do that spawned frustration. The Praetorian Guard, for the most part, remained loyal to Domitian even after his bitter and bloody end. They had repeatedly demanded that all of the conspirators who'd assassinated their former emperor be put to death, and these demands had over and over been denied by Nerva, who hoped to quell tensions and appease everyone at the same time. This approach proved catastrophic. Instead of making all of his people happy, he instead showed himself to be a nonchalant and rather passive leader, which many found to be starkly unappealing. It also made it clear that the emperor may have been a bit of a pushover at the worst of times. This proved quite factual when, in 97 AD, members of the Praetorian Guard launched an attack on the imperial palace and took Nerva hostage in order to once and for all force him to hand over the men who had butchered Emperor Domitian. The plot worked, and Nerva was left unharmed physically, but brutally humiliated in every other way. He was only bailed out by Trajan, a prominent general and the assumed heir-to-be of Nerva, who punished the generals involved in the conspiracy. Less than a year later, Trajan was thus officially made Nerva's heir, and just as the sand had nearly all fallen to the bottom of the hourglass, on January 27, 98 AD, Nerva died of health complications after suffering a stroke and then a fever. It was a natural and expected end to his reign, and in his place stepped Trajan. Trajan, born Marcus Oppius Trajanus in the fall of 53 AD or possibly 56 AD, was another man of noble standing with a somewhat shrouded history of his own. His childhood was seldom recorded. He did have a military career as he reached manhood and became a consul in 91 AD whilst his father stood as a patrician. What Trajan did while serving in the military was also poorly documented, aside from his earning of the title Germanicus as a reward for his leadership in Germania Superior. What we do know is that Nerva, aware of his dangerously low and waning support from the Praetorian Guard, needed to choose an heir that would appease the soldiers, and thus he chose Trajan. After Emperor Nerva's death, Trajan made a slow journey first along the battlegrounds on the Rhine and Danube, and eventually back to Rome to accept his place as the imperial successor. He arrived the following year and immediately looked to pacify the Senate, which was significantly skeptical of him thus far. He feigned a want for the senators to aid him in governing the empire, but never actually acted upon it. Still, it was clear from his early reign that he wasn't going to be making a lot of decisions that the Senate disagreed with, and he wasn't looking to intimidate his subjects or rule as a tyrant. It was this fact that earned him the title of Optimus Princeps by the early year of the 2nd century. He ruled similarly to his predecessor in ways such as the granting of gifts and properties, and yet in other ways relatively different, such as in his favoritism, as he'd been accused of, towards certain Greeks of nobility and intelligence. To Trajan, these men could be both friends and tools, and the Greeks themselves were oftentimes not fond of Roman rule in general. The oligarchs in particular wanted more autonomy and saw the Romans as inferior people to themselves. But Rome, of course, saw things very differently. Nevertheless, this fails to change Trajan's reputation as a good emperor. In fact, one of the best, if not the very best. Throughout his reign, the Optimus Princeps would find accomplishments in architecture, military campaigns, and his general rule. He was kind to the poor and valued similar public works as his predecessor, though he differed in the area of expansion. Trajan found securing Rome's borders to be a crucial task, particularly where they met with Dacia. King Decebalus of the Kingdom of Dacia was no stranger to the Romans, and had even faced off with a young Trajan before, under the reign of the infamous Domitian. Unsatisfied with the prior outcome, now emperor in 101 AD, Trajan launched a new attack on the Dacians. This led to the Second Battle of Tapai, which saw a monumentous Roman victory. But the upcoming winter and a new offensive approach from Decebalus led Trajan to sue for peace, or, depending on who you ask, force Decebalus into submitting. The agreement, this time, was far more favorable to Rome than the one signed by Domitian. However, the Dacians would only be temporarily pacified. By 105 AD, Decebalus had remanned and regrouped and was ready to start the war up again. He thus launched a violent attack on Roman territory near the Danube, forcing Trajan to charge back into the Dacian territory for another throwdown. The luck of Decebalus seems not to have changed all that much. Trajan's soldiers were putting up a brilliant fight against the Dacians, and though the latter fought hard, some of their ranks also deserted, and those who stayed were simply cracking under the pressure of the Roman military might. King Decebalus found himself backpedaling back into his capital of Sarmizegetusa, with his army dwindling and the hope he had started this brilliant and bold campaign with fizzling out with every step. As the city fell and the Romans surrounded him, the Dacian monarch ended his life on his own terms, accepting his defeat and handing over his kingdom to the Roman Empire. Trajan, in reign as in his youth, was a military man, and while he oversaw relatively consistent peace while emperor of Rome, he also continued to value war when he felt it wise. Thus, when the rival Parthians installed a puppet of their own on the throne in Armenia, Rome responded with violence. The Parthians and Romans had shared control over the smaller kingdom for many years by this time, and Trajan didn't take lightly to what he viewed as an inexcusable power grab. Thus, Trajan marched straight into Armenia to take things under his own control. And he did. Parthomasiris, the king of Armenia, was thrown aside, and the Romans claimed his land now as their own. This was a flagrantly intemperate move on Trajan's part, however, as Parthomasiris wasn't the puppet that had set off alarm bells for the Romans. Axidares was. But when King Osroes of Parthia had observed Rome's unpleasant reaction to his decision, he ousted his own placement and instead put Parthomasiris on the throne in hopes of placating Emperor Trajan. Osroes had to learn the hard way that Trajan was not as forgiving as the Parthians had assumed. Not only would the Roman leader decline all concessions, but he was now set on pushing his own domain farther at the expense of his Parthian counterpart. Dividing his army into a handful of conquering divisions, Trajan lit a blazing fire to the whole of Mesopotamia. By the end of the campaign in 111 AD, even Parthia's capital had fallen into Trajan's war-battered hands. The Roman Empire was now at its peak. Trajan had spread Rome's borders beyond any limit of ever before. But the emperor's march out of Rome 4 years prior would be his last. In the late summer of 117 AD, Trajan died of illness or poisoning while in Selinus. His body was thus returned to Rome, and his successor was raised to power. Rome was now ruled by a cousin of the late emperor, Hadrian. Whether Trajan had picked Hadrian himself or his wife had done it for him, we cannot be positive. But either way, there would be no debate as to who took up the throne next. Growing up under the guardianship of Trajan after the death of his parents in 86 AD, Hadrian had long been groomed for political work within the empire. He spent his career serving both political positions and within the military as part of Trajan's entourage. It appeared during Trajan's life that Hadrian was the most likely heir to Rome, yet the certificate of adoption for Hadrian as Trajan's son and heir was signed by Empress Plotina, not Trajan, and it was signed after Trajan was already deceased, while Hadrian was off in Syria entirely unaware. Nevertheless, it was Hadrian himself who informed the Senate of his accession to power and the support he already held from his military. The Senate appears to have accepted this news without hesitation or opposition, and Hadrian was thus confirmed as emperor. The Senate may have quickly regretted this decision, though, as despite Hadrian's early promises to respect senatorial rights, 4 of its members were tried in absentia and executed after Attianus, Hadrian's praetorian prefect, accused the men of conspiring against the new emperor. While Hadrian undeniably rewarded Attianus for his actions, he also made it clear to the Senate that, allegedly, the prefect had acted solely on his own accord, and Hadrian himself had no involvement in the matter. Nevertheless, suspicions surrounding the matter would follow Hadrian like an unrelenting shadow for the rest of his reign. This wouldn't stop Hadrian from being included in the list of Rome's 5 good emperors, however. In fact, it's even believable that he may not have been aware of everything that was going on in Rome, because he spent much of his early years as emperor outside of the capital and touring the frontiers to deal with rebellions and diplomatic road bumps. Hadrian would be in Rome from 125 to 128 AD, yet he again left after that time, this time to tour the east. Hadrian was known to be an explorer as much as he was a military man, and even in times of peace, he was spending many months outside of Rome for the innocent sake of tourism. But Hadrian cared too about his empire, and one of the most famous acts of his reign would be the construction of the Hadrian Wall in 122 AD in Britannia, aimed at protecting Rome's border in the region. He was further generous in many ways, such as his predecessors, and was less ambitious for war than some, such as Trajan. Hadrian was also a poet in his spare time, and had a particular taste in agricultural works for himself and his empire. As were some of the earlier rulers of Rome, Hadrian was a mild man of artistic thinking, and scarcely portrayed himself in a negative light throughout his time as emperor. Despite his preference for exploration and arts, though, in 134 AD, Hadrian had little choice but to leave Rome again, this time in a military capacity. A Jewish revolt in Judea had grown too large to ignore, possibly in response to a Hadrianic ban on circumcision, which the emperor viewed as mutilation. This, rather predictably, infuriated the Jewish population within the Roman Empire, and thus the revolt broke out, and Hadrian eventually had to deal with the uprising himself. The emperor also had to deal with the issue of succession. He still had no heir. Just as his predecessors had been forced to do so, Hadrian would either need to adopt an heir or allow the Praetorian Guard and Senate to work it out for themselves after he died. Much to the well-being of the empire, he chose to pick an heir whilst still alive. Hadrian would first adopt a 36-year-old, Lucius Chaunius Commodus, but this first choice would die only a few years later, forcing the emperor to adopt another heir, This time, he settled on a teenager by the name of Annius Verus, but not in a predictable way as he'd gone before. He now adopted a senator known as Antoninus and required him to adopt Verus and the child son of the late Lucius Chaunius. The idea was that Antoninus would last only a short while, and Verus would be made emperor when he was more mature and experienced. Antoninus lasted more than a short while in reality, but when Hadrian passed in the summer of 138 AD, he couldn't have known what the future held. At the age of 62 years old, the third of Rome's 5 good emperors died a slow and excruciating death, leaving his empire now in the hands of his pawn, Antoninus. Born Titus Aurelius Flavus Bionus Arrius Antoninus on September 19, 86 AD, he became known as Antoninus Pius, and his reign was one of positivity and fairness. Aside from the general reputation, however, little was documented, or at least survived the damage of time, about Emperor Antoninus and his reign. Unlike Hadrian and Trajan, however, we know that Antoninus was fond of remaining in Rome and leaving military endeavors in the hands of his generals. Contrarily, he followed a lot of Hadrian's established policies. Nevertheless, he did free some of the men his predecessors had prosecuted and thrown into prison. He would additionally look to build a wall much like Hadrian, but he didn't continue Hadrian's. He began construction of his own. He also built temples, including one for his adopted father. But aside from these physical monuments of proof, we lack much more to tell the story of Antoninus' time as Emperor of Rome. And in 161 AD, his reign came to an end. Antoninus died of an illness in March, and at long last, Hadrian's true chosen heir was raised to power. Known at this point as Marcus Aurelius, the new emperor was by now an experienced politician within the empire. And yet, for some curious reason, Marcus Aurelius insisted upon his adopted brother Caesar Lucius being made his co-ruler. Why he made this choice is unknown, but unlike most alliances in Rome, this one worked, and the brothers ruled quite well together. Still, their reign wasn't one of simplicity, and war came early on. Parthia once more was looking to take Armenia under its own influence, forcing Rome to throw together a hasty response. Parthia had yet again placed one of their own on the throne next door, ousting King Sohaemus in favor of another, Pacorus, the son of the Parthian king. It was now up to Emperor Aurelius to decide how Rome would react to this unanticipated slight. Or at least, it was supposed to be. In the Roman Empire, however, things scarcely went as they should, and this case was no exception. Marcus Aurelius may have reacted leisurely, but Marcus Sedatius Severianus, governor of Cappadocia, aimed to be quicker. He, without any approval or knowledge from the emperor, invaded Armenia. The result of this rash decision was an absolute trouncing at the hands of the Parthians, and, having wiped out Severianus and his forces, the Parthians then turned their march towards Syria, Roman territory. The subsequent war fell under the command of co-emperor Lucius, and started off with an easy upper hand for the Parthian invaders. Lucius wasn't the skilled warrior or commander that many of his predecessors had been, and he, quite frankly, preferred a life of luxury to one of bloody battles. This served to further impair the Roman effort to save Syria, as did a plague that would rip through the Roman lines and the empire itself. But thankfully for Lucius, he had brought a few more capable generals along with him, such as the likes of Martius Verus, and victories began to pile up across Armenia and Syria for the Romans. even within Parthia, the adept commanders found triumph against their fleeing enemies. This was a much-needed victory for Rome, as the late 160s AD saw revolts closer to home from Germanic tribes unsatisfied with their Roman proprietors. It was around this time that Lucius died, either of illness or stroke, leaving Marcus Aurelius alone to run the empire and avoid further bloodshed. This latter task was rather crucial, because war after war was draining Rome's funds, and the emperor had to find a solution to it all, now on his own. The rebellion of the Germanic tribes would never be fully resolved in Marcus Aurelius's reign, but many were at least temporarily quelled before his death. So was an unexpected revolt in Syria by the Roman general turned prefect Avidius Cassius, who had previously served quite successfully in the earlier war against the Parthians. He had, it seems, suffered a change of heart and loyalty by now, and in response to a rumor that the emperor had died, attempted to rise up and take the throne of the empire. His own soldiers murdered him before the very much alive Marcus Aurelius could arrive and deal with the traitor. A sad end for Cassius, given that Aurelius had already been willing to hand over his crown if the Senate and people of Rome had chosen his challenger, if his own words are to be believed. Either way, the threat to his power was now gone, and after his return to Rome, he found it to be time to choose his heir. It would be his son, Commodus, a 16-year-old boy whom he settled on to succeed him. This decision came only 3 years early, as the great Marcus Aurelius breathed his last breath on March 17, 180 AD. With him died the era of the 5 good emperors. With the death of Marcus Aurelius in 180 AD, so came to an end the period of the 5 good emperors. The stability and prosperity Rome had known in this time would be shattered. Rising up to undo the work of previous centuries, chaotic rule, economic strife, and military threats would characterize the next era. While there were some notable military successes and state measures during this period, emperors' rules were generally short, with bloody succession battles the norm. This bred instability, and when combined with economic difficulties, helped set in motion events leading to the eventual downfall and disintegration of the mighty Roman Empire. The 200 years prior to 180 AD had been the days of Pax Romana, a period of great economic and military might of the Roman Empire. The flow of riches from territory under Roman possession was unprecedented, as were developments in the fields of arts and engineering. A series of formidable rulers played a vital role in the prosperity of the period, helping to bring stability and security. This included the 5 good emperors, with Marcus Aurelius being the last of these. He was a considered man and profound philosopher, known for his Stoic legacy. Though his reign had been characterized by almost constant external warfare on Rome's borders, internally, dynamics were stable and prosperous. Aurelius's son, Commodus, who was to inherit the title of emperor, could not have been more different. He was neither known for his cool temperament or strategic vision. Possibly in part a personal rebellion against his slightly austere upbringing guided by his father's Stoic beliefs, his rule was increasingly characterized by debauchery and excess. Poor agricultural policy also led to large-scale citizen stockpiling of grain, which provided fertile ground for a wave of bubonic plague soon to arrive. At home in Rome, he increased the prominence of gladiatorial battles with more frequent and lavish fights, including ornate historical reenactments of famous battles from antiquity. Wild beast numbers imported from Africa rocketed, with Commodus himself even joining the fray, fighting in the Colosseum as a gladiator. These were almost certainly staged fights in his favor, yet they still brought spectacle, and, in the eyes of many, debasement of the position of emperor not seen before. If not in the ring, then Commodus could be found on a raised shooting platform, throwing javelin and firing arrows in a slaughter of wild animals. The direction of his rule couldn't have been more different to that of his father, a focus on the short-sighted pursuit of pleasure and power. He had built up many enemies during his short reign, and by 193 AD, close associates moved against him. He met his grisly end in the bath, strangled by a wrestling partner. Commodus's assassination would mark an increasing trend towards short-lived rules, with emperors dispatched by treachery from within. Following his death, the year of the 5 emperors saw a period of rapid succession before Septimius Severus was able to claim rule for himself. An interesting figure born in present-day Libya and largely of North African descent. He made military reforms and attempted to stem the fraying of the empire, which had hastened under Commodus. As well as some notable civic programs, including the boosting of funding and prominence in Rome's African cities, he also fought to stamp out much of the decadence and corruption which had taken root during Commodus's reign. As a result, he was generally popular with the citizenry, however, never with the Senate. This was in part due to his gaining of power by military means, as well as his open hostility towards them, with many executed on corruption charges during his reign. He also improved conditions for the military, with a boost to soldiers' pay, which helped ensure loyalty from that camp, an especially valuable commodity in these increasingly unsettled times for Rome. Severus is perhaps best remembered for his large-scale military actions in Britain. In his campaigns of 209 and 210 AD, he pushed north beyond Hadrian's Wall into Caledonia, rebuilding forts and garrisoning troops in territory not held by Rome in a century. He departed for the campaign with troop numbers of up to 50,000 legionaries and auxiliaries, as well as a huge naval fleet accompanying his troops up the British coastline and through river systems as they advanced, a mobile support and resupply system. It was a strategically mature and ambitious approach. His aim was to push north into modern-day Scotland, defeating beyond question the tribal confederacies there. This was to cement Roman rule, but on a personal level, also a hunt for more valor by an elderly emperor. Upon seeing the arrival of huge Roman armies, the tribal confederacies initially vied for peace through envoys. Desiring battle, though, Severus refused, and after preparing his supplies, pushed into Maetae and Caledonian tribal territory beyond the Antonine Wall. Frequent skirmishes were common. Roman troops ambushed while passing through narrow gorges and across marshes. A truly fearsome experience as a legionary, to see Britons in full war paint descending steep valley sides towards you, the air filled with war cries. Many of these encounters Romans won with their discipline and tight formations. Following drills, they would quickly form a defensive line to repel the enemy, thrusting through the shield line with gladiuses at the less well-protected natives. However, on other occasions, especially as Severus pushed further north and troops encountered supply problems, smaller groups of Romans were successfully picked off by the Britons. The Roman historian and chronicler Cassio Dio even reported mass suicide of troops in these situations to avoid capture at the hands of the fearsome tribes, known for their torture and killing of Roman captives. Despite some success in subduing both tribal groups in the north, the campaigns were taxing, and in the brutal English winter of 210 AD, Severus fell ill. To make matters worse, the tribes he had subdued in the first campaign were now rebelling, so Severus was forced to delegate control of the campaign to his wayward son, Caracalla. He apparently instructed him by quoting from Homer, stating, "Let no one escape sheer destruction, not even the babe in the womb of the mother, if it be male. Let it nevertheless not escape sheer destruction." This level of untargeted violence shows his frustration with progress and a willingness to kill at any cost for the power of Rome and personal glory. Severus would die in York the following year of 211 AD, never having returned to Rome from campaign. He named his sons, Caracalla and Geta, to be co-rulers following his death. However, the arrangement was short-lived. Caracalla, the eldest and also more experienced leader, had his brother killed in a truly treacherous plot whereby Geta was lured to a supposed peace meeting at their mother's apartments, therefore ensuring he would be without his guards. He was then slain at the meeting by a centurion under Caracalla's command. Despite the bloody means, Caracalla now had the complete power he had yearned for. Following Caracalla came a quick succession of other rulers from the Severan dynasty. Macrinus, with a reign of just over a year, followed by the controversial Elagabalus. He was the cousin of Caracalla, who supposedly paid little regard to Roman customs and was shrouded in sexual deviancy allegations from the start. His 4-year reign was followed by Alexander, the son of Caracalla and the last of the Severan dynasty. Alexander became emperor following the death of his cousin Elagabalus. It was a lengthy reign for the period and characterized by some sensible state measures, as well as a more balanced approach to rule. Despite this, the military would weaken under Alexander, in part likely due to the breakdown of discipline within the Praetorian Guard, the effects of losses in manpower and material during Severus's British campaigns a few decades previously, as well as demographic impacts of the plague, which had swept through Rome and other provinces under Commodus. Whatever the case, though, Alexander and his armies were not particularly well prepared for the serious conflict which would emerge with the Sassanid threat on Rome's eastern borders from 229 AD. The Sasanians were a fearsome enemy. They had recently put down the last Parthian king, with whom Rome had maintained a working relationship, and were now seeking to restore the glory and territory of the Persian Empire, as seen under rulers of old such as Xerxes and Darius. This had brought them into conflict with Rome on the eastern borders of its Mediterranean empire. Sassanid incursions into Syria and other areas were becoming more common, and it demanded a response. Alexander gathered and personally led his troops in this eastern campaign, finally facing the enemy in pitched battle in 232 AD. Demonstrating the sheer geographic extent of the Roman Empire, legionaries were now facing a largely mounted enemy who placed great importance on the bow. Having more in common with Mongol armies than Rome's enemies of Europe, the Sassanids presented new tactical challenges for troops. Alexander split his armies in 3 parts, each meeting the enemy in different locations. In a poor strategic play, the southern portion faced almost the entire Sassanid force alone and was crushed, being almost entirely wiped out. This forced Alexander's eventual retreat to Rome, with troop morale suffering. The campaign did retake some territory the Sassanids had captured in their initial drive of 229 AD, so Alexander was still able to portray it as a victory of sorts. Just as the height of the Sassanid threat was passing, in 233 AD, another, perhaps even more dangerous one was emerging. Germanic tribes were now moving south and increasingly pressuring Roman territory. The Goths and Alemanni in particular were launching raids deep into Roman Germania. The increasing boldness of these raids was seen as a sign of Alexander's weakness, already a theme amongst troops from his Sassanid campaign. Though Alexander made efforts to quell the Germanic advance, it amounted to a temporary fix at best, relying heavily on tribune funds to pacify certain groups, as well as seeking peace arrangements. Disquiet among his troops boiled over, and he was assassinated in the year 235 AD. Not only would the threat of the Germanic tribes prove Alexander's undoing, it would also play a large part in the subsequent period of decline and eventual downfall of the empire. No longer could secure borders and internal peace be relied upon as Rome moved into the crisis of the 3rd century. The crisis of the 3rd century, and the mighty Roman Empire almost at the point of collapse. A catastrophic series of events had brought Rome to its knees, with a host of invaders pushing into its territory, economic strife at home, and breakaway empires on 2 fronts. The outcome of this period for the empire was unclear, and at times, collapse looked likely. A series of strong leaders would be needed to stop this trend and reverse the fortune of this once mighty empire. The troubled period of 235 to 285 AD saw 20 emperors in 50 years, bloody succession battles as the norm, and an empire ruled increasingly from within the military. These were not the characteristics that had thrust Rome to global prominence and would cast looming questions over the empire's future, with this dramatic era foreshadowing the downfall to come. The period began with the removal of Emperor Alexander Severus, the last of the Severan dynasty, who was assassinated in part for his weak approach towards the barbarian threats in Germania. He was replaced by Maximinus Thrax, a battle-hardened man and lifelong soldier forged almost entirely by the military rather than the political environment of Rome and the Senate. True to his career, as emperor he remained with his troops on Rome's European borders. Here he did battle with the increasingly bold tribal groups, notably the Alemanni. He also mounted another campaign into Germania, which included the Battle of Harshorn, an epic fought in a dense wooded area between around 9,000 of Maximinus's troops and a fearsome Germanic tribal coalition. This shoring up continued for a period of years. However, by 238 AD, his short-lived reign was faced by crisis. A rebellion in Rome's North African provinces saw 2 co-rulers claiming the title of emperor. The Senate in Rome had never accepted Maximinus. He was regarded by many as a barbarian being born into low social class and from Rome's border areas. So despite his hard work on Rome's behalf battling Germanic tribes, the Senate backed his rivals. However, both of these rivals ended up committing suicide, ending the North African threat before Maximinus had to face it directly. The Senate doubled down, though, and now elected a new set of 2 rulers to challenge Maximinus from Rome. Starting his journey back towards the capital in fury to deal with these usurpers, he would never see battle with them, as he was assassinated by one of his own men on the journey. This would set in place a trend which would dominate the next era, with short periods of rule dominated by military men and followed by savage succession battles. A series of generals followed. However, in this internal chaos of rapid successions and civil wars, border areas were neglected. This, also combined with climatic changes at the time, were pushing Germanic tribes west. These factors meant Germanic groups made big inroads during the period, taking advantage of Rome's internal preoccupations and chaos to carry out deep raiding and the terrorizing of border areas once held firmly in Roman control. Matters would only get worse during this period of barrack emperors, with another disaster to emerge, that of the Cyprian Plague in 251 AD. With an increasingly interconnected world during this period, mass spread of infectious diseases was becoming more common. The plague of Antonine, for example, less than 100 years previously, had wiped out an estimated 10% of the empire's population. Now, the Cyprian plague ravaged Roman territory for around 20 years. With both suspected to be a form of smallpox rather than bubonic plague, it seems the population had little immunity. At its height in Rome, it's reported up to 5,000 people a day were dying. Bodies laid out in the streets with disposal teams unable to keep pace. At a time when Rome was weaker than ever, racked by civil war and economic strife, the plague was a crippling blow. Aside from the sheer psychological torment, it put strain on food production for the empire and made military recruitment more difficult, which in turn heightens the barbarian border threat too. In this period of chaos, Valerian would rise to the position of emperor. Overseeing a long period of rule for the period, he made attempts to stem the bleeding at Rome's borders his priority. With his son and co-ruler given responsibility for managing the barbarian threat in Europe, Valerian traveled further east to deal with the Sassanid threat in the Levant and Persia. This would ultimately be his undoing though, as during this campaign he was captured at the hands of the Sassanids, where he would remain until his death. This was the first Roman emperor to suffer such a fate, and it would send shockwaves through an already destabilized empire, moving even further from its height of power. Gallienus notably took up the mantle of his father, continuing the campaign against Germanic tribes. However, his rule would quickly be mired in its own challenges with the secession of the Gallic Empire, following his rise to the position of emperor. This was a devastating blow to Rome's integrity, as now essentially the whole of modern-day France, parts of Germany and Britain were a secessionary state under the control of a usurper ruler. Rome had lost its direct land route to Spanish territories and now had a hostile empire on its borders. Though the height of the threat would pass in 269 with the death of its leader, Postumus, the Gallic state nevertheless demonstrated Rome's fragility, with the empire challenged almost on home soil for 14 long years. This was perhaps the lowest point for Rome during the crisis of the 3rd century. Blow after blow had brought it to its knees, and now was in desperate need of strong leadership and a unifying force to stabilize the fragmenting of the empire. Emperor Claudius Gothicus would begin the military aspect of this work. Like Maximinus Thrax, he was another soldier emperor. Having a long and distinguished career as a legionary, he had earned the respect of the troops, and this was his power base. Like Thrax, he was also of barbarian birth, and well outside the normal successionary lines, as well as Rome's inner political circles. However, given the state of the empire and multiple external threats, he was able to claim the title unopposed. Despite a short reign from 268 to 270 AD, he would win key victories against the Goths, Alemanni, and rival Gallic Empire, essentially re-establishing Roman dominance on 3 fronts and subduing threats which had previously looked terminal. The Battle of Nisus in modern-day Serbia was particularly notable, and where Claudius would etch his name into legend, earning the accolade Gothicus. During the battle, the enemy Goths were decimated as a fighting force, with their cavalry wiped out. Rome's tight formations and impeccable discipline were too much for the tribes to overcome. This was followed by another resounding victory over the Alemanni, who had recently crossed the Alps. He met them at the Battle of Lake Benicus, which ended in another rout. With the barbarian threat essentially subdued for the time being, he could now focus all attention on the traitorous Gallic Empire. Here, he also achieved success making large inroads into that territory and setting in place its demise. though it would be the Aurelian who would finish up the job. Claudius's steady progress would soon be halted, though. He was struck down on his way to campaign by what is thought to have been the Cyprian plague, which was still ravaging Roman territories, making no distinction between peasant and emperor. He was briefly succeeded by his brother in another botched succession attempt. However, the arrangement lasted only weeks before Aurelian claimed the title of emperor with the backing of his legions. Aurelian was another lifelong military man with 35 years of service across many fronts on Rome's huge empire. He hammered home the campaigns of his predecessors against the Goths and Alemanni, as well as a whole host of other emergent threats, including the Vandals and Carpi tribes. These were crucial victories, finally shoring up Rome's borders, which had been so pressured for the preceding decades. It also helped to restore Roman confidence in its ability to defend itself. Consequently, Aurelian was bestowed with the title Restitutor Orbis, or Restorer of the World. Aurelian was an efficient ruler and played his part in bringing about the end to the crisis of the 3rd century. Unlike some of the soldier emperors before him, he enacted reforms in Rome and civilian areas as well. For example, changing the way food reserves were managed, restoring public buildings, rebasing coinage, setting fixed prices for staple goods, and punishing corruption amongst officials harshly. These can all be seen as sensible measures focused on the well-being of the civic population, which also helped increase tax revenues again. In another show of his strategic unifying instincts, he elevated the sun god Sol Invictus to the prime position in the Rome religious pantheon. He hoped this would unify the diverse people groups of the empire behind one main god, simplifying the complex array which had existed previously. Having consolidated Rome's military advantage over the barbarian groups in the first few years of his reign, in 272 AD, he looked further east, this time to the renegade Palmyran state, which had broken away from the empire in the first year of Aurelian's rule. Zenobia, the queen of Palmyra, who ruled through her young son, had rapidly taken a large chunk of Roman territory in the modern-day Levant. Alarmingly, she had also cut off crucial grain exports which were shipped regularly from areas under her control to Italy. This put pressure on bread supplies in Rome, and Aurelian knew a hungry population was a potentially dangerous situation. So he set off to confront the Palmyrans, mounting a successful campaign through modern-day Turkey towards the capital of the enemy. Aurelian would meet Palmyran forces in 2 key battles. The first occurred in Imae in modern-day Turkey. The 2 sides drew up facing one another in traditional formation, with infantry groups at the center and cavalry on the wings. A capable Syrian general by the name of Zabdus led Empress Zenobia's forces and their elite cataphract unit, by far the strongest of the Palmyran army and superior to Romans' own cavalry. Another factor in Palmyra's favor was the scorching weather, of which they had more experience with. After initial probing skirmishes from both sides, Zabdus was keen to dictate terms and sent his elite cataphracts in a cavalry charge. Roman cavalry responded, and just as they were about to meet, following wily Aurelian's orders, the Roman cavalry suddenly turned and made it seem as if they were fleeing the field of battle. Palmyra's cavalry, enthused by this apparent rout, pursued the retreating Romans at full speed. However, their heavier armored unit began to tire in the hot weather, with the Romans leading them a distance away from the field of battle. Suddenly, at a tactically agreed point, the Roman cavalry turned, reformed their lines, and drove into the pursuing Palmyran force. Bewildered by this surprise move, the Palmyran cavalry could not effectively respond and were slaughtered. Hearing of the destruction of his key military unit, Zabdis ordered the tactical retreat of the remainder of his army so as to fight another day. First moving to Antioch, where they resupplied, before retreating further to Emesa. Here, the two forces met on another plain and reenacted much of the sequence of events from the previous battle. Making the same mistake twice, Zabdis' cavalry eagerly pursued the retreating Roman cavalry, only for Aurelian to launch the same trap. The Palmyran units were encircled, this time with the help of freshly recruited Palestinian clubmen too, and were wiped out in a frenzy of brutal clubbing, slashing gladius, and thrusting lance. This time, the retreat was less orderly, with Zenobia taking heavy overall losses. Mounting her final defense at the capital of Palmyra, she was able to resist Rome's savage siege machine for a period, but upon fleeing east, the city surrendered to Rome. Queen Zenobia was eventually captured by Roman forces and, as part of a humiliation ritual, forced to walk through the streets of Rome in golden chains, making a mockery of her supposed royal position. This marked the end of the insurrection and a notable success for Aurelian. Finally, in 274 AD, the last year of his reign, he turned his attention to ending the Gallic Empire threat. This was achieved largely through diplomacy with its leader, Tetricus, striking a deal with Aurelian to allow the territory to return to Rome, with much of the prior military work done by Claudius before him. Nonetheless, Aurelian had achieved key victories across multiple fronts during his short reign, marking him out as a key ruler during this turbulent period for Rome. Despite a quick succession of 5 emperors in the 9 years following his assassination in 275 AD, these would not be as chaotic as the short rules of soldier emperors earlier in the century. New barbarian incursions were largely resisted, with rulers such as Probus also carrying out diligent administrative and reform work. So it was that the hemorrhaging of the previous decades was greatly reduced. The years of internal military chaos, pestilence, and economic strife were laid to rest for a period, with Rome able to enjoy a time of greater stability and prosperity, moving into the rule of Diocletian. His 20 years as emperor, a lifetime compared to some of the reigns of the preceding century, would continue this stabilizing trend, giving rise to the Tetrarchy and soon-to-be Christian Roman Empire. Emerging from the chaos of the previous 50 years and the crisis of the 3rd century, Rome was in desperate need of a stable recovery period. Having been pressed almost to the point of collapse across many fronts, time was required to rebuild her economic and military strength, as well as civilian confidence in the empire's ability to defend its borders. The years 285 to 335 AD would deliver this period of more stable governance and prosperity. That's not to say a lack of military action on Rome's borders or succession battles within, but nothing to the same degree as the 50 years prior. Another transformational change was to occur for the empire during this period: the adoption of Christianity as state religion under Constantine. This would mark a new monotheistic phase of the empire's history, leaving behind the pagan pantheon of gods followed for nearly a millennium, which were entwined with the very fabric of Roman life. The era began with the reign of Diocletian. He became emperor in 284 AD, putting down his unpopular predecessor Carinus after a short rule. Diocletian was another military man, as many of his predecessors, and also far from a noble birth. He had known the toil and hard life of a soldier, working his way up the ranks through merit and the respect of his men. Almost immediately after becoming emperor, he made off to face numerous Germanic tribal threats, particularly the Alemanni and Carpi. as they continued to probe and push into Roman territory. After some success against these groups, he then made to face the Sarmatians in the Balkans, an equestrian people who had been pushing northwest from their home territory in Persia. This quick pivot between completely different styles of warfare shows Rome's accumulated experience in this period. Centuries of facing barbarian and Eastern threats had fed into military techniques and capabilities, so much so that the same legions could move from defeating an almost completely infantry-based Germanic tribal force to a cavalry-dominated Persian opposition, armed with lance and long slashing sword, able to move at great pace across the battlefield. Only 2 years into Diocletian's reign, and a very interesting development occurs, revealing something of the man's character. He chose to appoint a co-emperor, Maximian, who would govern the Western Empire while Diocletian ruled the East. While co-rulers weren't unheard of, to do it this early in his reign, in a non-familial arrangement unlike those before him, and also off the back of his own strong position, both within the army and society more broadly, was a revealing move. It showed a degree of strategic thinking and ability to foresee problems that so many of his predecessors seemed to lack, not just of the last 50 years, but dotted throughout the history of Rome. With Diocletian proceeding with campaigns in the east and Maximian sent to do battle on European frontiers, they were hit with another secession attempt, this time Rome's British and northern French possessions, not dissimilar to Postumus in the Gallic Empire over 30 years before. Whether this spurred Diocletian's next decision is unclear. However, in 293 AD, he pioneered a novel system of rule now known as the Tetrarchy. In this system, he would remain emperor with his co-emperor Maximian, but beneath them there would be another 2 rulers, or Caesars, Constantius and Galerius. The idea being that this decision would enable each to deal with issues of governance and the threats of their region more effectively. As well as the degree of independence this rule of 4 gave, it also provided a clear succession line from the co-emperors, now styled as brothers, to the 2 young Caesars below them, presented as sons. Alongside extensive administrative reforms carried out with a focused and bureaucratic approach, another notable aspect of Diocletian's rule was his persecution of Christians. The minority religion had suffered on and off under different emperors for over 250 years at this point. The cruelty of rulers such as Nero towards them is well known. However, Diocletian also carried out heavy repression. From around 303 AD, churches and scriptures burned, with many priests arrested and some put to death in terrible ways. The measures were largely ineffective at stamping out the faith, though, only serving to prevent Christians having roles in state administration for a period. In 305 AD, after a reign of over 20 years, Diocletian and his co-emperor Maximian resigned. In what was supposed to be a tidy handover of power from the figure who prided himself on being a stabilizing force for Rome, previous Caesars Galerius and Constantius Chlorus would have become the new Augusti. However, the Tetrarchy wasn't to survive long. Chlorus soon died, with his son Constantine proclaimed emperor by his father's troops. This would thrust Rome into another period of successionary strife, with many claimants to the title of emperor between 309 and 313 AD. However, most of these threats were eliminated, with a key turning point in the consolidation of Constantine's power being the Battle of Milvian Bridge in 312 AD. Here, on the banks of the river Tiber, Constantine faced Maxentius's forces. They clashed on an open field, and Maxentius's losses were comprehensive, with himself likely flung from his horse and drowning in the river. This didn't save him from a humiliating fate, though, with his corpse retrieved by Constantine's men, decapitated, and subsequently paraded around the streets of Rome. Aside from acting as a crucial consolidation of Constantine's power, the battle also marked a key turning point in the religious history of the Roman Empire, and that of Europe as a whole for a millennia to come. It is said by historian Eusebius that while marching to battle, Constantine saw a vision of the cross above the sun with the words, "In this sign, you shall conquer." How much of this vision occurred, or whether a natural phenomena of some sort, matters little. It marked a crossroads in Constantine's religious journey, and that of the empire as a whole. Within a year of the battle, he issued the Edict of Milan in 313 AD, which ended persecution of Christians, allowing them freedom to practice their faith. He also proceeded to centralize a previously quite disparate and autonomous early church. This set the precedent for tight state control over religious affairs, which would eventually morph into the influential organization of the Catholic Church. This was compounded with the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. Here, an accepted canon was agreed upon, with certain other texts excluded. The Arian controversy and how best to suppress it was also a subject of discussion. This was an ominous forewarning of repression to follow in later centuries of groups such as the Cathars in France who fell outside of accepted orthodoxy. Despite his reign beginning in 306, he wouldn't make his final consolidation until 324 AD, and with it, also finally ending any remnant of the period of co-rules since Diocletian. Constantine had been ruling uneasily alongside Licinius for some years, with the latter in possession of the eastern portion of the empire. However, by 323 AD, things had come to a head. Their fragile truce was called off, and Constantine sought the complete destruction of Licinius. Following a series of clashes, including a naval battle at the same Hellespont crossed by Alexander the Great some 600 years previously, Licinius was finally put down at the Battle of Chrysopolis. Here, the two men met with large forces, around 100,000 soldiers each. Constantine opted for a simple, huge frontal assault. It achieved the desired effect, routing Licinius's troops. The outcome of this large-scale clash between the two was heavy losses of up to 30,000 men for Licinius and his complete loss of power to Constantine, who would govern alone for the rest of his rule. Constantine's long reign would come to an end in 337 AD, with one of his last acts being to receive baptism. He had hoped to be baptized in the River Jordan as he crossed it to mount a new campaign in Persia, much like a crusade, but had been prevented by ill health. He had governed through the periods with challenge since 306 AD. This 31-year reign was an eternity compared to those of the 3rd century, which saw 20 emperors in 50 years, the same combined length of just Diocletian and Constantine's rule. With his passing, the Roman Empire was in a completely different position to 285 AD. It now had a new state religion, a huge metropolis and eastern power hub in Constantinople, as well as a modernized taxation and bureaucratic system thanks to the work of Constantine and Diocletian. While there would be some successionary tension, ultimately, rule would remain with his family until 350 AD. Emperor Constantine had set the direction of the empire for the remainder of its history, and also the coming direction of the European states to follow it. The centralized Catholic Church, of which he played no small part in creating, would act as the dominant spiritual and social force throughout the region for more than a millennia. His reforms also provided a great challenge to the religion of Christianity itself, demanding it reduce its base of texts and morph with central authority, in a way quite opposed to Scripture. This was the beginning of a messy process, by which religion was merged with state and the mechanisms of power.
The empire is starting to collapse. The hard-fought stability brought to the empire by Diocletian and Constantine the Great would not prove durable. While ensuring he had a viable dynasty to continue ruling following his death, Constantine's son would not operate with the same tact and strategy as their father. Beginning with the purging of perceived internal threats, including close family, it wouldn't be long until they turned on each other, bringing full-scale civil war back to Rome. Alongside the internal strife, the period would be characterized by continued European tribal threats, which were becoming difficult for the imperial machine to sustain battle against, as well as a continuation of the radical move towards Christianity as state religion begun under Constantine. Constantine the Great's long reign gave way to the co-rule of his three sons, with him investing his hopes for stability in a direct line of descendants sharing power. Given the length and impact of his reign, his sons were afforded legitimacy, and there was no effective challenge to their assumption of rule. The empire they inherited was a newly Christian one, still undergoing transformative changes from its pagan traditions to embrace the new religion. Threats on the borders also remained persistent, as they had for the past century or more now. Tribal invaders constantly pushing west from northern Germany down to the Adriatic, and the Sassanids a growing menace once again. The period began with a bloody purge, instigated by Constantius, who ordered the killing of many male relatives who could pose a challenge to the son's power, 2 uncles and several cousins in total. However, despite the attempts to smooth their path by the removal of potential challengers, the peace between the brothers wouldn't last long. By 340 AD, Constans and Constantine were battling in a civil war over Rome's western provinces, while Constantius governed over the east, where he was consumed by a war with King Shapur II of Persia. Constantine II was the loser of this conflict, killed near Aquileia, Italy, as he attempted to launch an invasion of the mainland to take territory from his brother. This would leave just Constans and Constantius, each governing half of the empire with an uneasy co-rule lasting through to 350 AD. For much of this time, Constantius was preoccupied with Sassanid incursions. Through the period, they would lay siege to a number of Roman cities in Mesopotamia with their fearsome war elephants and siege machinery. However, they remained unable to make key gains. Meanwhile, in Europe, Constans continued making war on the Germanic tribes, something he had been doing with success under the rule of his father, Constantine the Great, including against the Franks and Alemanni. There was division between the brothers in the 340s over their different interpretations of Christian orthodoxy during this still early phase of the established and centralized church. However, it wasn't until 350 AD that crisis would erupt again. Of the two brothers, it was Constans who seemingly lacked popularity. Salacious rumors of unknown veracity concerning his sexuality existed, as did his supposed habit of ignoring wise counsel. However, what is known is that a disgruntled general by the name of Magnentius attempted to usurp rule and declare himself emperor in eastern France. Shortly after, Constans was cornered by Magnentius's men in a fort in the Pyrenees and was killed by them after fleeing to the temple of Helena there. With the killing of Constans, Magnentius now tried to assert his legitimacy as emperor of the Western Empire. However, not from the Constantinian dynasty. It seems he struggled with this, and while attempting some reforms, his 3-year reign was defined by military encounters with Constantius and his armies of the Eastern Empire.
Constantius's eagerness to put down Magnentius was less to do with grief for his murdered brother, and more to do with seizing the opportunity for sole rule of the empire and putting down a threat. Despite Magnentius's initial attempts to appease Constantius, including the minting of him as superior on coinage, for example, the situation could not be allowed to go on. Constantius marched his legions west, with the two sides meeting in a major clash at the Battle of Mursa Major in modern-day Croatia. This was likely the largest Roman-on-Roman battle in the history of the empire, with as many as 60,000 men under Constantius and around 30,000 under Magnentius. Details of the course of the battle are scarce, but while Constantius came away the victor, losses on both sides were large, possibly as many as 48,000 casualties. This wasn't just a blow in the short term, leaving the empire weaker against the growing barbarian and Sassanid threats, but likely had repercussions on the rest of the history of the Western Empire. The replacement of that many men was a multi-generational project, which in this case, due to other future pressures, would never be completed. Following this defeat, Magnentius withdrew to northern Italy and towards his heartlands in Gaul. He was given a brief period of respite as Constantius refocused his attention on the Sarmatian tribal threat along the Danube in 352. But after achieving his aims, Constantius marched to meet Magnentius again. This time he retreated to Gaul, where the two men would meet for the final time at the Battle of Mons Seleucus in southeastern France. This would be Magnentius's last stand. His reputation amongst his men and territories under his control was already severely weakened following the crushing defeat at Musa Major. Yet fate was not with him, and he suffered a defeat here again, thus ending his 3-year insurrection. Constantius was now sole ruler and had finally consolidated his rule. He wasn't to bask long in this complete power, though, and pragmatically appointed a Caesar below himself as Augustus around 355. This was a surprising decision for an emperor who had wiped out so many of his relatives, but it perhaps reflected the pressures the empire was under. The man he chose was Julian, who would serve in this role as ruler of the Western Empire for the remainder of Constantius's reign. Tied by blood, which was ideal, yet Julian had been immersed in academic pursuits in Athens and was young, at 23 still. However, he adapted to the new demands of the role and his region of Gaul. Within a year, he was leading his first campaign with the task of pushing back Frankish marauders in the area of the Rhine. This he did with success. However, he then decided to spend the winter resting his men and withdrew to modern-day Verdun in France, dispersing troops around the area to try and solidify positions. By doing this, though, he left himself vulnerable. The Franks, ever mobile and hungry for battle, seized on this opportunity, besieging Julian and his reduced force size there. Things nearly ended badly until relief came for him some months later. Not deterred by his close encounter at Verdun, the following year in 357 AD, Julian embarked on a more significant campaign into the same territory. This time a planned joint operation between himself and Augustus Constantius, with them pushing at the Germanic troops from different directions. As circumstances would have it, though, he would never join Constantius directly on this campaign. Forced to double back to defend Lyon from a surprise attack by the Laiti tribe, before being faced by King Cunodome Marius and a confederation of his Alemanni forces. The emerging Battle of Strasbourg between the two forces would be a decisive Roman victory, allowing for the repair of the defensive line along the Rhine and subjugation of the Alemanni and other groups for a period. This was an epic meeting of the two forces. Julian's army, in the absence of Constantius's forces, likely stood at around 15,000, with the Alemanni coalition likely at around 20 to 25,000 strong. The Alemanni king Cnodomarius had been sure to summon a strong army for this encounter against who he knew to be a capable leader. The Romans had a cavalry portion of around 20% of total troop numbers, including both lighter cavalry, ideal for harrying and routing, as well as horse archers and more heavily armed cataphract-style units. Both sides lined up to face each other, with the Alemanni having the advantage of dominating a slight hill. King Cnodomarius had previously opted to remain detached from the battle, as Julian was behind Roman lines so as to be able to command more effectively. Though apparently, after a demand from the rank and file troops, he was obliged to lead the infantry lines on foot. This was an interesting reflection of differences between the sides, and ultimately, a reason Rome would always have the advantage with its more formal military approach and emphasis on sustained execution of drilled strategy. It is thought the battle began with a harrying approach from Roman light mounted archers, carrying out a maneuver likely learned in previous decades in the Arab area of the empire and conflicts with the Parthians. They would approach Germanic lines close enough to fire off a volley before a rapid retreat. These waves would inflict heavy casualties as well as lure enemy infantry to break formation and pursue the archers. However, the bait wasn't taken, so Julian sent in heavy cataphract cavalry. These were elite units, well-versed in battling Germanic tribal groups. However, what they didn't know this time was that King Cnodomarius had cunningly ordered an attachment of infantry to accompany his cavalry. So when the cataphract attack came, they could leap out from among their own cavalry, attacking the Roman units at close range and from below and amongst the melee, thus taking them down. This maneuver was pulled off with skill, sending the Roman cataphract units into a rout, a huge morale boost for the Alemanni troops to see these elite and feared Roman units fleeing from the battlefield. However, next came a mistake. The Germanic infantry, filled with enthusiasm, launched a headlong frontal assault into the tight Roman infantry formation. The interlocking wall of shields held strong against the Alemanni waves, the Germans unable to break the wall of thrusting spear and gladius. Despite eventually punching a hole through the Roman center, they were driven back by an elite Roman reserve line. By this time, exhausted from battle, as well as increasingly hemmed in an encircling Roman infantry, the Alemanni attempted to flee. It is thought that many thousands drowned trying to swim across the Rhine, with another 6,000 killed on the field of battle. These were comprehensive losses and would be enough to restore Roman dominance in the area for a period, as well as the previous defensive line, which had fallen apart in previous decades. Despite these years of successful campaigns together and their blood ties, things would turn sour in the power-sharing agreement, this time while juggling threats at Rome's border between them. With Emperor Constantius faced with a renewed Sassanid threat in the east, he demanded half of Julian's troops from Gaul. This is a tall order for any commander, and it is thought that the insurrection originally began with the troops rather than Julian himself. However, he soon joined the insurrection and effectively mounted a challenge to Constantius's rule. By 361, Constantius moved to face him. However, he would not survive the journey, coming down with a bad fever and dying in early November. He apparently named Julian as his successor, which seems a strange move given the events at the time of his death. It may be a tweak of the historical record by his successor, or a strategic move on the part of Constantius to choose the least worst option. As, whilst Julian had essentially challenged his rule, he was still family and would at least keep the Constantine dynasty going. Among other aspects, Julian was a notable philosopher, having been liberally educated in the east of the empire for a long period in relation to other emperors of his time. He was also a follower of the empire's pagan traditions and keen to return Rome to its pre-Christian era. This is why he would come to be labeled in a somewhat derogatory way as Julian the Apostate. He had also proven himself in Rome's European provinces against the constant Germanic tribal threat. This was in both military and economic respects, as after succeeding in battle, he successfully restored the war-ravaged provinces to prosperity. His short reign, however, would come to an end in 363 AD, as he was killed while on campaign against the relentless Sassanids in the east. They now had the initiative in this theater, and before his death, realizing his army was low on provisions, had ordered the retreat of his troops towards Samara and Roman territory. However, his men were constantly harried by the Sassanids during their retreat, and it was during one of these encounters when Julian rode back to check on his last units facing Sassanid attack that he was mortally wounded. Reportedly a spear, which penetrated his lower intestine and liver, as he had neglected to wear his armor in favor of speed. Jovian, his successor and part of Julian's elite bodyguard, came to power after a declaration by the troops. It was an inauspicious start to a doomed reign, though, as he was forced to resume Julian's retreat from the Sassanids on the day following his appointment. However, his army got stuck trying to cross the Tigris and was forced to agree to humiliating terms with the Sassanids just to allow his exhausted and undersupplied men to retreat. They were granted many concessions, and alongside his retreat, damaged his legitimacy. The remainder of his rule consisted almost solely of his march back towards Constantinople. He would never reach it though, dying by what is thought was suffocation by assassin or accident in his tent. Following Jovian's death, Valentinian was chosen by a council from a selection of candidates and became emperor in February 364 AD. He quickly appointed his brother, Valens, as co-Augustus to rule over the east. Like Constantius before him, possibly a recognition of the wide array of external challenges facing Rome, which were more than the capabilities of one ruler. Indeed, the issues facing Rome by this point were extensive. Almost constant war on the borders with the Sassanids and Germanic tribes had placed great strain on the economy, leading emperors such as Constantius to repeatedly devalue the currency. Taxation was also raised to try and address economic shortfalls, which put strain on the peasantry, further sowing seeds of discontent. Not to mention the brutal civil war waged under Constantius, which not only decimated the standing army, but also had its own grave economic costs, as well as loss of key European provinces to Germanic troops, which Constantius and Julian fought so hard to reclaim. Valentinian's reign was dominated by constant military struggles in Europe against the Saxons, Alemanni, and others, as well as trouble in Rome's British possessions with a hostile alliance between the Picts and Scots. By this time, a picture emerges of Rome's European empire severely buckling under the pressure from tribal incursions. Valentinian would die while on campaign against these European tribal enemies. Apparently, while holding a meeting with a group of Germanic tribal envoys, he suffered a fatal stroke while losing his temper with the group. Aside from this military strife, Valentinian made sure to restore the path of Christianization begun under Constantine the Great, which had deviated somewhat under Emperor Julian and his short pagan restoration period. Along with his brother Valens, they also ensured the removal of any succession threat from their predecessor Jovian by the binding of his son Varronianus, likely by burning or complete removal of an eyeball. This illustrates the quite depraved nature of successionary conflict by this point in Rome's history. The seeking of power had almost no limits, and the more balanced days of the Republic seemed like a distant dream. Following Valentinian's death, his brother would continue to rule for a further 3 years alongside Valentinian's son, Gratian, who assumed his father's responsibilities in the Western Empire. Their co-rule would give way to Theodosius I in 379 AD, who would be the last Roman emperor to have sole rule over both eastern and western portions. The crucial period through the turn of the 4th century and into the 5th would see the further rapid weakening of the Roman Empire. Unrelenting pressure from barbarian tribes, weak leadership, internal infighting, and economic woes would see Rome move even closer to the point of collapse. Unable to defeat many of her enemies militarily, this period would see the rollout of the foederati approach, whereby barbarian groups were given rights and status within the empire, settling within her borders and ultimately posing a huge risk in time. The city of Rome itself too would be sacked, in an event not seen in over 800 years, a symbol of the flames which would soon engulf the entirety of the Western Empire. Theodosius would inherit rule in 379 AD with the death of Emperor Valens, who was killed while fighting the Tervingi Goths at the Battle of Adrianople. Alongside Valens' death, up to 2/3 of the Eastern army were also wiped out in the devastating encounter. It was a slaughter that sent shockwaves around the empire. New Emperor Theodosius would be almost immediately thrown into the fire when he was forced to meet the same Gothic forces led by their chieftain, Fritigern. Here, at the Battle of Thessalonica in 380 AD, Theodosius faced off against enemy Gothic forces, possibly as a result of a hastily reconstituted Eastern army following its near wipeout the year previously. Rome was again defeated. As a result of this series of defeats and the weak current state of his forces, Emperor Theodosius quickly sought peace with the Goths. They were allowed to settle within the empire with autonomous status. This encroachment was a trend which would only increase as rulers were faced with little choice but to seek arrangement with some of the tribal invaders. Alongside this peace deal, he also wrapped up the Sasanian conflict in the east with a partition agreed. This brought to a close centuries of conflict with these fearsome Persian horsemen and served to bring Rome further breathing space in the short term. Alongside these pragmatic yet ultimately strategically problematic peace arrangements, Theodosius also looks to further cement the place of Christianity early on in his reign. Building on the work of Constantine and his Council of Nicaea, Theodosius quickly issued the Edict of Thessalonica in 380 AD, which confirmed Nicene Christianity as orthodoxy. It also further outlawed Arianism, another Christian sect of the time, branding it as heresy. This further ingrained the practice of rulings from a state-sponsored church against sects with less power. Whilst pagan practices still persisted during this period, Theodosius's actions helped ensure their days were numbered. His declaration of Christianity as official state religion went further than even Constantine the Great in regards to faith. During his reign, he faced key threats from two usurpers in 388 and 394 AD, both of whom tried to lay claim to the western portion of the empire. The first of the contenders, Magnus Maximus, was defeated resoundingly at the Battle of Poetovio in 388 AD, where, despite valiant fighting by his infantry, Maximus's forces were ultimately overwhelmed. He fled to a nearby garrison but was handed over to Theodosius's forces and subsequently executed along with his son. Also notably central to the battle was King Alaric and his Gothic auxiliary forces fighting alongside Roman troops. They were, in fact, thrust to the front of the attack by Theodosius and sent forward in human waves and suffering great losses as a result, something Alaric and the Goths would not forget quickly. While the victory against Maximus gave Theodosius sole rule over the Eastern and Western Empire, The constant pivoting from barbarian threats to dealing with internal Roman threats in battle was a big drain on resources and manpower. The military demands of this period were so severe that they resulted in increasingly unsustainable taxes being imposed on the Roman populace, in particular, the raising of the annona militaris tax. As the cost of maintaining a functioning military and defending the empire spiraled, tax rates were hiked in response. This created a vicious cycle where the poor, and often farmers, were increasingly forced out of their professions, leaving their land, and in turn reducing Rome's ability to feed itself. When further combined with demographic decline of the empire during the period and the dilution of Roman society and civic principles with the increasing influx of barbarian tribes, both as foederati and invaders, meant increasingly severe problems for the Roman administrative machine. Along with these challenges, the empire also struggled during the period with increased corruption levels amongst officials, as well as wayward governors ruling with increasing impunity outside the control of Rome. This could partly have been a result of the general sense of decline in the empire. The obvious weakening of imperial structures, presence of increasing barbarian numbers, and economic decline helping to create a situation where the rules held less fast, and making quick gains, even through corrupt means, became more permissible. An example of this from the period is the governor Rufinus. He was a statesman and praetorian prefect of the Eastern Empire during Theodosius's reign. A greatly influential figure, he held almost unaccountable power. Unsurprisingly, corruption accompanied this. He was renowned for his embezzlement and corrupt practices, illegally seizing the assets of others and taking bribes. A great rivalry would develop between himself and General Stilicho of the West, possibly partly on account of these practices. However, actions by figures such as Rufinus only served to further weaken the authority of the empire and alienate tax-paying citizens. In 395 AD, upon Theodosius's death, his son Arcadian inherited rule of the Eastern Empire, while his younger brother Honorius assumed rule over the West. Aged just 18 and 10 respectively, they did not have much accumulated experience and, as a result, were ripe for manipulation and control by factions within the Roman court. They were immediately thrust into crisis in 395 AD upon accession, with the revolt of Alaric the Goth, an ominous forewarning of things to come. Alaric was a respected leader amongst the Goth tribes and the first king of the Visigoths. As was increasingly common in this late stage of the empire, Alaric had collaborated and fought alongside Rome extensively in the years prior, serving in Theodosius's campaign to put down the usurper Eugenius. As such, he knew Roman battle tactics intimately, as well as the general state of society and the military. This may have been part of the reason he chose this time to mount his rebellion, as the two new young and inexperienced co-rulers had just assumed power. Alaric's group were also classed as foederati, who had previously been granted rights and autonomy within the empire's borders, a demonstration of the dangers posed by this semi-integration of potentially hostile adversary groups. They were a proficient fighting force, and while less capable at holding formations during the heat of battle, Alaric's men were a strong match for Rome's depleted capabilities at this time. They were dominated by heavy infantry armed with medium-length swords known as the spatha. With largely only nobles being able to afford full protection, most Goth troops were poorly armored in comparison to Roman forces, though they did also have a heavily armored cavalry contingent armed with lance and sword which could add weight to their charges and occupy the Roman cavalry during battle. Illustrating the globalized and connected nature of the Roman world at this time, Alaric's Gothic forces also often had a Sarmatian-mounted archer contingent which were recruited as auxiliaries from their territory in modern-day Iran.
The Goths embarked on a grand campaign from 395 AD, moving initially towards Constantinople and audaciously besieging it for a period before reaching agreement with the ruler and moving west. In 396 AD, they proceeded to pillage their way through the Adriatic and Greece, including the cities of Athens and Sparta. These weren't just costly maneuvers for Rome, but also extremely humiliating. To see marauding barbarians almost unchallenged travel from province to province, with the empire unable to defend her citizens. Alaric's first rebellion only died down when defeated in battle by powerful Roman general Stilicho and his army outside Corinth, something which had taken more than a year. Stilicho, though, possibly with an eye to the future and self-preservation, chose to let the Gothic enemy escape without destroying them. This would ensure Alaric and his army could pose a threat again in the future. The respite was brief, though, for the brothers Arcadian and Honorius. King Alaric renewed his campaign in late 401 AD, this time mounting a campaign into Italy itself, showing the proximity to the heart of the empire these tribes could now operate. Gone were the days of Emperor Aurelius and the ability of Rome to confront these enemies far from the gates of Rome in the forests of Germania. Alaric's forces crossed the Italian Alps just after General Stilicho had departed north with his armies to try and confront the Vandal threat. This gave Alaric near clear passage, and his men spent time raiding northern Italy before moving towards Milan, where Emperor Honorius was based. He quickly fled to the modern-day town of Asti and was besieged by Goth forces there. Due to the now winter conditions, Stilicho was not able to cross back over the Alps into Italy to provide relief, so Honorius had to wait until the next march for this relief. Two battles then followed between Stilicho and Alaric's forces at Paulentina and Verona in April and June of 402 AD. At Verona, Alaric's forces became encircled by Stilicho's army in the mountain passes, suffering heavy losses. It would have been possible to completely wipe out or capture the remaining Goth troops, including Alaric himself. However, they were allowed to retreat back into their Balkan territory. This was in part due to the general's ongoing feud with Arcadian in Constantinople and his unwillingness to lose a potential future ally in Alaric in a fight against the Eastern Empire. Alaric did agree to come to terms with Honorius, though, pledging his allegiance once more, at least for a few years. Incursions continued into the homeland of Italy through 405 and 406, with the most significant led by Goth king Radagaisus. Traveling with around 20,000 men and many non-combatants, it was part migration, part invasion. As with other barbarian groups from the region, they were feeling the pressure of the Huns to the east, which was a key factor pushing these migrations west into Roman territory. Nonetheless, Radagaisus posed a serious threat to the Western Empire. Moving from the plains of Hungary, his troops had near free reign of northern Italy for months, as with Alaric before him. General Stilicho finally moved to meet Radagaisus' forces in August of 406 AD. He likely fielded around 15,000 troops, which included a number of Hun and Alan auxiliaries. The main battle occurred just outside of Florence, where the main Goth force was besieging the city. Following an initial skirmish, which successfully removed a contingent of Radagaisus' auxiliary troops, Stilicho's force was now greater in numbers. With this advantage, he was able to encircle the Goth forces, creating a second siege of sorts. It was a brutal tactic, as the increasingly desperate Goth forces tried and failed repeatedly to break out. With famine soon emerging among his men, Radagaisus sought terms with Stilicho. He had likely been promised safe passage at a minimum, but Stilicho immediately went back on the deal and had him beheaded. Many of his elite troops were subsequently recruited into the Roman army, with the remainder taken into slavery. Reportedly, it was in such high numbers, it temporarily crashed the slave market due to the influx of supply.
Victory over Radagasius was a cause for celebration and boost to the otherwise quite depleted morale of the Western Empire after years of blows. However, it was again nothing more than a temporary reprieve, as Stilicho, in moving to face the Goths besieging Florence, had drawn from the troops on the frontier, leaving that area exposed. This, combined with an extremely cold winter of 405 to 406 AD, which froze over great areas of the Rhine, allowed much easier passage into Roman territory, which groups of Alans and Vandals would immediately take advantage of. Stretched Roman resources were tested again as this force moved into Gaul. To make matters worse, much of the Roman army stationed in Britain would revolt following this invasion, moving under their usurper leader Constantine III to confront Honorius on the continent. Back in Italy, and King Alaric was soon to emerge once again, a sure sign, if any were needed, that Stilicho made an error not destroying his forces when he had the opportunity. From around 408 AD, Alaric's forces essentially besieged Rome. Hungry for loot and other material, they managed to extract a series of large ransoms from the city, including 5,000 pounds of gold and 30,000 pounds of silver. Legions were sent from the Eastern Empire, but were brutally ambushed and almost destroyed en route, failing to fulfill their mission. Without relief, and under unrelenting pressure from Gothic forces, a starving Rome opened her gates to Alaric's troops. On the 24th of August, 410 AD, they entered the city. The following sack was reportedly mild in terms of damage, but the mental blow was devastating. Rome was no longer the administrative capital of the empire, itself partly the result of barbarian threats, but to see it occupied and looted by barbarian forces was no less shocking. Here was the centuries-old historic heart of power overtaken by enemy forces. The mighty empire could no longer adequately protect itself, and its future seemed to be hanging by a thread. With the city of Rome in flames and Visigoth forces running rampant in the heart of Italy, the situation looks dire for the empire. While Emperor Honorius would be able to reassert a degree of control, the sack of Rome was a huge blow to both his prestige and that of the Western Roman Empire as a whole. Over the next 4 decades, Rome's stability continues to unravel, with uprisings by provincial governors, more succession-based strife, and the devastating loss of critical provinces such as North Africa, whose grain supplies, especially from Carthage, had long sustained Rome. Attempts were made to stem the tide, but by this point, the troubles facing Rome were almost unbearable, and this would only increase. Emperor Honorius, whose reign was already precarious, looked to be dealt a mortal blow with the sack of Rome. Alaric's Gothic forces only left the burning city when they saw fit, and not as a result of military pressure from Honorius, who by this time was holed up in Ravenna, largely as a result of barbarian threats. The empire's military was simply stretched too thin by this point. Honorius clung on to power, but crisis followed crisis, this time in the form of a usurper in Gaul. Possibly sensing weakness in the wake of the devastating Visigoth campaign into Italy, Constantine III had been agitating against Honorius and ruling semi-independently in Roman Britain. By 411 AD, it became clear the situation needed a resolution, so Honorius dispatched his new and capable general Constantius to deal with the threat. Eventually, he forced his surrender. Despite promises of safe passage, Constantine and his son were executed. Their heads were sent to Honorius in a gruesome display of restored authority, thus temporarily ending the threat from Gaul. While the challenge from Constantine had been dealt with, Honorius would not be granted much breathing space. This time, Heraclianus, the governor of Rome's North African provinces, attempted another revolt in 412 AD. He was another capable general who felt he had been overlooked with the elevation of Constantius to the key military figure of the Western Empire. Honorius's badly damaged reputation and authority likely also contributed to his decision to revolt. Heraclianus initially stopped vital grain shipments to Rome from Carthage under his control, a taste of the same approach the Vandals would employ in the coming decades. He then prepared a fleet to travel with his troops from North Africa to Italy. In March 413 AD, he landed near Rome to face Honorius. And while source material is lacking for the encounter, it's believed he was overwhelmed by Honorius's superior numbers, and he made a hasty retreat back to his North African territory. Here at Carthage, shortly after, he was murdered. Despite Heraclianus's revolt being quickly put down by General Constantius, it speaks to the broader disintegration of the empire at this point, as provincial authorities often became more autonomous and looked beyond the authority of Rome. This was especially true in possessions such as Hispania and Britain, where Rome's central authority had been rapidly waning for a considerable period of time now. The Vandals, for example, would almost completely push Roman forces out of Hispania, claiming the territory as their own, following the Battle of Tarraco between King Gunderic and Western Roman forces. The weakening of the empire can be further seen in Honorius's granting of land in Aquitaine of modern-day France to the Visigoths in 418 AD. This went further than the agreements and foederati status given by previous emperors to barbarians, and, in effect, allowed a largely hostile force to establish their own kingdom within reach of Italy. No more than 200 years before, Rome was shedding blood to maintain its border with barbarian tribes as far away as eastern Germany. Now, the same enemies were establishing kingdoms in the heart of the empire. This isn't to cast unfair blame on Honorius. Though his authority was greatly weakened by this point, these arrangements were undoubtedly a recognition of Rome's inability to militarily face all the threats across the empire. However, they still had the effect of greatly accelerating the speed of the Western Empire's fall, and also setting the template for the future kingdoms which would rule over the lands of the former Western Roman Empire. Despite being granted land and power, this did not even effectively pacify the Visigoths, with them breaking the peace and pushing out from their territory in Aquitaine to besiege Arles in 425 AD. Led by their new king, Theodoric I, the Visigoths would not be successful this time. The capable Roman general Aetius was able to put down the invasion, with Theodoric accepting new peace terms. The incursion demonstrates again, though, Rome's weak position, where even generous terms offered by it were not enough to satisfy external forces like the Visigoths. Meanwhile, in the east, Honorius's nephew Theodosius II had ruled as sole emperor since the death of his father Arcadius in 408 AD. Becoming emperor as a child and effectively controlled by influential figures of the court, he could not act as a figure of stability for the empire. Supposedly under the influence of his court advisor Chrysaphius, he sought to make peace with the aggressive Huns. This was a costly policy which did nothing to secure the territory of the Eastern Empire, at the same time as significant portions of the West were being lost to barbarian groups. The Huns would continue to pose a threat through the period, eventually exerting pressure on the eastern capital of Constantinople itself, a testament to the failure of Theodosius II's policy. Alongside his military weakness, Theodosius did also carry out significant reforms in the civil and religious areas with the Theodosian Code, a compilation of laws enacted over the previous period. This ambitious project collected the laws and decrees of emperors and senates dating back to 312 AD and Constantine the Great's embrace of Christianity. Its aim was to simplify the legal code and also cement the place of Orthodox or Nicene Christianity, which was still facing challenges from the insurgent Arian variety. It was a comprehensive project taking nearly a decade, and which succeeded in providing a simplified set of laws for both the East and West. Though it did little to slow the decline of the empire, it demonstrated the continuing ability of the state to embark on broad administrative projects and would set a template for legal documents and dissemination of laws into the early medieval era. Honorius would die in 423 AD, leaving behind a chaotic situation. Ioannis attempted and claimed the title of Western Emperor for 2 years, but was eventually put down by Theodosius from the east. He was eventually replaced by Valentinian III, son of Honorius's favorite general, Constantius. The two would go on to co-rule East and West together for the remainder of Theodosius's life. During the early years of Valentinian III's reign, it was largely his mother, Galla Placidia, making the decisions of state, due to him being a minor. Despite this, though, serious efforts were made to reorganize European defenses as well as the repair of the functioning of the state, albeit severely limited due to lacking resources by this time. This short Romance period wouldn't continue for long, and in 429 AD, the Vandals, another Germanic tribal group, traveled south from territory they were occupying in Hispania to North Africa to begin a campaign there. What followed their crossing of the Strait of Gibraltar was a ferocious conquest. Along with their allies, the Alans, they pushed eastward from modern-day Morocco, sacking and pillaging Roman territory. This was a terrible situation for Rome, as North Africa was a key source of both revenue and food supplies. It had long remained a prosperous and stable part of the empire, requiring a small fraction of Roman military forces to defend it, yet providing a bounty in return. Earlier Roman sources emphasized North Africa's importance, with some claiming it supplied Rome for much of the year. Governor of the region Bonifatius tried to muster a defense, but the Roman forces were simply too depleted to effectively face this Vandal army. By 430, the Vandals were pushing still further east into modern-day Algeria, already possessing everything to the west. Here, they would besiege Hippo Regius for over a year before retreating due to lack of supplies. Commander of the defenses, Bonifatius, would withdraw to Rome to muster forces, allowing the Vandals to eventually return and take the outpost. Bonifatius would be mortally wounded at the hands of rival general Flavius Aetius at the Battle of Ravenna before he could return, though, again demonstrating the chaotic state of affairs in the Roman Empire by this point. Just as a key area of territory is under heavy attack, threatening food supplies to the empire, key generals are embroiled in a civil war to gain a greater share of power. This was not a viable platform to mount a defense, and demonstrates the risk of having generals possessing so much power, as was seen in these later years of the Western Roman Empire. Partly as a result of the chaotic internal environment, Rome sought peace with the Vandals in 435 AD. They agreed to accept foederati status in return for much of the lands they had already captured. This was similar to the Visigoths in 418 AD, another parcelling out of a chunk of land by Rome to a barbarian tribe. However, as if to demonstrate the weakness of Rome's position in these years and the regard in which terms were held by their enemies, the Vandals resumed their campaign in 439 AD, launching a surprise attack on the vital Roman city of Carthage. It fell without significant resistance, and with it, Rome's export point for the majority of its North African grain supplies. The economic hit was severe, and alongside the already increasing tax burden on citizens in Rome's remaining provinces, only served to further alienate large segments of the population. The Vandal campaign would continue even beyond Carthage, as they eventually launched a naval invasion of Sicily. Only then, in 442 AD, would a more lasting peace agreement be concluded between the two parties, this one on terms even more favorable to the Vandals.
The period draws to a close with the Roman Empire in a severely weakened state. Militarily, it is unable to face the numerous threats across the empire and is given to portioning out significant areas of territory through peace agreements with enemies such as the Goths, who it can no longer defeat. In other areas of the empire, large parts of North Africa had now been lost to the Vandals through their campaign of the last decade, and with it, full control of a crucial food export hub in Carthage. This sequence of blows made it extremely difficult to raise the required tax revenue to fund the costs of the state, and crucially, the military. This helped create a vicious cycle where citizens of the fading empire were asked to contribute more in taxes to plug the shortfall, which in turn bred discontent and created conditions ripe for unrest. All of this just prior to the re-emergence of the threat from the Huns around 440 AD under their fearsome leader Attila. Although the final collapse of the Western Roman Empire would not occur for another 3 decades, all of the contributing factors were now well and truly in place. The final nails in the empire's coffin were being hammered in, one by one. What was once the greatest power on earth now found itself crumbling. Its heart weakened, its limbs restless, its moral strength and military prowess gone, and its enemies encircling like vultures over a corpse not yet cold. Its ancient institutions, once the envy of the world, began to rot from within, hollowed by corruption and despair. At the frontiers, Roman legions bled and fell. No longer feared as they once were, the defenders struggled to maintain the cohesion of what their great ancestors had conquered. Just as the crises with the Goths seemed to wane, a new terror emerged. There was no respite from military incursions at the border, as just after the situation with the Goths seemed to be somewhat stabilized, the Huns would make a deadly reappearance under their leader Attila, hastening the collapse of the Western Empire. Economically and socially, things were no better either. With the decline of central authority came a loss of faith of citizens in their institutions, setting in place a vicious cycle. This emboldened generals and other leaders to take more power for themselves. Rome's depleted military also made it harder to face enemies in battle and increasingly had to take the terms offered by its adversaries. The final years of Theodosius II's reign were not to see an improvement in the general state of the empire, as a resurgent Hun force renewed pressure on Roman forces. Unlike Rome's other barbarian enemies who made incursions into its European territories and largely originated from Central and Northern European regions, the Huns were definitively Asiatic. While some mystery surrounds their exact origins, they were likely originally from the steppe region of Central Asia, which includes parts of modern-day Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and China. Roman sources paint them in a completely different light to other barbarian groups, emphasizing their ugly and squat nature. They were an unknown compared to the fearsome but somewhat respected Northern and Central European groups. These people may have been regarded by the Romans as uncouth, yet ultimately were thought of as valiant, good-looking, and not dissimilar physically to Romans. These horse-dominated Asiatic Huns more resembled Genghis Khan's warriors of the centuries to follow, and they were duly feared as almost some kind of supernatural force. Hunnic warfare was also very different to the barbarian groups of Europe Rome was now familiar with. While some Germanic groups made use of cavalry, the Huns' warfare revolved around it. These were steppe peoples who grew up riding the horse. Their training in this was, in effect, their youth. Combined with a smaller and more maneuverable animal, they were unsurpassed in skill. The Huns' favored weapon was the bow, likely a smaller composite reflex type familiar to the steppe region. Made of wood with bone reinforcements, it was ideally suited to use on horseback, a very powerful weapon. And when wielded by thousands of horsemen, it posed a deadly threat. In close quarters, they also made use of the sword, lassos, and nets to entangle enemies, but oftentimes relied on drawing close to unleash a volley of arrows before pulling a certain distance away to safety. Cumbersome Roman formations had extreme difficulties dealing with these fluid warriors who, one moment could be seemingly in retreat, and the next encircling a formation from all sides. Led by the fearsome Attila, they began a new wave of campaigns in the Balkan region in 441 through to 443 AD. Here they terrorized Roman populations and displayed their overwhelming strength against depleted Roman forces. Theodosius recalled troops from Sicily who had been preparing an attack against the Vandals in North Africa to face Attila. But it wasn't enough. They were unable to push the Huns back and saw two of their armies defeated in the process. The Huns continued their rampage through the Balkans, laying siege to Nisus in modern-day Serbia in 443 AD and slaughtering its inhabitants. As a result, Theodosius was forced to make a desperate peace, granting them foederati status as well as agreeing to humiliating conditions. This included the payment of over 600 kilograms of gold annually in tribute. Whilst it used to be Rome dictating the terms, now they had to take them from groups such as the Huns. The agreement bought Rome some time and respite from Attila's attacks, but it would only prove temporary. Speeding here and there on their nimble-footed horses, they were filling all the world with panic and bloodshed. May Jesus avert from the Roman world the further assaults of these wild beasts. Everywhere, their approach was unexpected. They outstripped rumor in speed, and when they came, they spared neither religion, nor rank, nor age. Saint Jerome. Meanwhile, in other further flung parts of the empire, the imperial grip continued to weaken. Hispania saw less and less Roman control, with persistent insurgent groups, such as the Bugodai peasants, alongside other barbarian tribes agitating for more independence. While Attila had been raiding the Balkans and other areas of the eastern provinces through the 440s, his attention would soon turn to the west. In 451, he crossed the Rhine, like so many marauders before him, and began his campaign against Valentinian's Western Empire. Attila led his troops into Roman Gaul, pushing towards Orleans in modern-day France. He would meet the opposing Roman forces at the Battle of the Catalunian Plains in June 451 AD. The Roman army was heavily reliant on its Germanic allies by this point. A large component of its own ranks were composed of these tribal auxiliaries, but Rome also collaborated in the battle with an independent allied Visigoth force under King Theodoric I. This demonstrates the state of Roman power at this point, that they are reliant on an alliance with a group that they were just battling with decades previously. And not simply as extra troops within their own army, but actively fighting alongside another independent army with its own command and control structure. This had more in common with future medieval battles of the coming centuries than how Rome had fought in the past. The outcome of the encounter at the Catalunian Plains is not fully clear. It is thought combined losses in the tens of thousands minimum was likely, with the Huns eventually retreating, but it was by no means a defeat severe enough to remove them as a threat. In 452 AD, after regrouping and recruiting, Attila's groups swept into Italy rather than Gaul this time, capturing key cities including Verona. He also sacked Padua and Milan in the same year, with the important center of Aquileia reportedly razed with devastating effect, though some evidence suggests partial recovery in later years. Roman forces under General Aetius didn't have the troop numbers to face Attila directly, so opted for a harrying strategy at his rear. The Huns' invasion of the Italian mainland was yet another humiliating blow for Rome in a long series. The empire again demonstrated that it could not effectively defend its heartlands, let alone further flung areas. However,
To the relief of Emperor Valentinian, the Hunnic threat would subside mostly of its own accord. With plagues in Attila's ranks, as well as threats from the new Emperor Marcian in the east against Hun home territory, they were forced to retreat. Within a year, their leader Attila would die, leading largely to the breakup of the group as the devastating fighting force they had been. Characteristic of the unstable time period for Rome, no sooner had the threat of Attila's Huns been pushed back, Valentinian was plotting the murder of his general Aetius, the same man who had faced down the fearsome Hun army on his behalf. Encouraged by a wealthy senator Maximus and others from his court, Aetius was apparently confronted while reading a statement to the emperor. He was then set upon by Valentinian himself, a rare occurrence for a Roman assassination. Without a weapon, the general was unable to defend himself and was fatally wounded in the encounter. It would be less than 6 months before 2 followers of Aetius, seeking revenge, killed Valentinian in turn, with the deed carried out while the emperor was out hunting. Rome's real enemies, it seemed, were now within its own walls. Valentinian was succeeded by Petronius Maximus, the same senator who had encouraged him to kill Aetius. Such was the state of intrigue and treachery in Roman power circles by this time. Maximus's reign was doomed from the start, though. The Vandals, under their king Gaiseric, had already begun preparations for the invasion of Italy, and when news started to spread through May 455 AD of the impending attack, panic took hold in the city. The expected relief force hadn't arrived, and Rome wasn't in a state to defend itself from Gaiseric's large army. Many citizens fled, and Emperor Maximus attempted to organize his own evacuation and that of the Senate. However, he would be killed on the 31st of May, likely stoned by an angry mob of citizens just outside the city walls. As he was mutilated and tossed into the river Tiber, the Vandals approached unimpeded. Truly a sorry state of affairs for the once mighty empire. Unlike the Gothic sack of Rome in 410 AD, this one by the Vandals was fiercer and more prolonged. They stayed in the city, pillaging and looting for 2 weeks, stripping anything and everything of value. This is also where the modern usage of the term vandalism comes from. Many Roman citizens were taken to Vandal territory in North Africa as slaves, led through their burning city to awaiting boats in chains. Though it is reported that Pope Leo's pleas to refrain from killing and torture were mostly heeded, with no wholesale massacre committed by the Vandals, it was still a great destruction of the heart of Roman power and symbolic of the end days of the Western Roman Empire. Into this chaos would step a new emperor, Avitus, a powerful senator of Gallic descent, who at the time of Maximus's death and sack of Rome was at the court of Visigoth king Theodoric I in Gaul. Symbolic of the importance of these new rising power centers around the old Western Empire, it was Theodoric and his court that elevated Avitus to the role of emperor and acted as his power base. As a result, Avitus had trouble gaining recognition from both the Eastern Empire, currently ruled by Marcian, as well as the Senate in Rome. Only on traveling back to the city was he able to achieve this. However, the desperate nature of the situation just following the sack of Rome did not help him. He faced resentment from much of the population for being both a foreigner as well as bringing in his largely Visigoth forces to the city of Rome. These mostly non-native troops needed food and payment, a tall order for the empire's already overstretched coffers. It is reported Avitus resorted to melting down bronze statues and other desperate acts to help raise capital. A small success achieved among the bad news was the defeat of Vandal raiding forces off the coast of Sicily in a battle led by his capable general Ricimer, another powerful military figure in the vein of Stilicho and Aetius before him, wielding at times as much power as the emperor. Avitus's deal with his Visigoth backers, though, to whom he promised large portions of Hispania, was to backfire on him. Theodoric I's campaign in Hispania meant that he was unable to come to Avitus's aid in Rome when faced by an uprising against his rule. Majorian, another powerful military figure with the crucial backing of Ricimer, directly challenged Avitus. Avitus then moved north to muster his forces in Gaul and would travel back to meet Ricimer's forces near Piacenza in northern Italy. He was roundly defeated though, and forced to accept the position of bishop of the same city, though he would die shortly after. One of the key agitators, Majorian, would succeed Avitus, claiming the title of Western Emperor for himself in April 457 AD. Majorian's rule would be the last of significance in the Western Roman Empire, with those who followed him being largely controlled by either the Eastern Empire or barbarian generals. Inheriting a greatly reduced empire, with essentially just the Italian mainland and a rump of territory in Gaul and Hispania, he made it a priority to recapture lost ground and take battle to Rome's enemies. Majorian had some success in pushing the Vandals back and claimed an important victory at the Battle of Garigliano in 457 AD, where he surprised a large raiding party attempting to make their way back with loot from a raid in southwest Italy to their North African territory. He also managed to regain most of Roman territory in Hispania, a notable boost to Roman coffers and morale. However, enemy pressure was still great, and Rome's position perilously weak. Majorian, in his attempts to reduce the corruption now rampant in the Western Empire, had also made many enemies in the Senate and among the aristocracy, many of whom were likely involved in these corrupt activities. Eventually, and on trend for the period, powerful General Ricimer had the emperor killed when returning to the Italian mainland from an unsuccessful attack against the Vandals in North Africa. Majorian was put through days of beatings and torture before eventually being beheaded, an ignoble death for a man of his position. Following Majorian would be a series of puppet emperors. First, Severus, ruling 461 to 465 AD, but holding little real power as Ricimer pulled the strings. Anthemius would be next, ascending in 467 AD after an interregnum of 2 years. Unlike his predecessor, he showed an appetite for some real power and decision-making. This proved a problem for General Ricimer, who by this point was accustomed to calling the shots. Anthemius had also been granted some legitimacy by the Eastern Empire and Leo I, which again reduced his dependence on Ricimer somewhat. The issue escalated until all-out confrontation between the two. Like Majorian though, this would end badly for him, as after nearly 5 months of conflict, with Ricimer besieging him in the city of Rome, Anthemius was captured and shortly after beheaded. The backdrop to both of these two puppets' reigns would be constant military threats against Roman soil, which only served to further boost the importance of the key military leaders upon whose fate Rome rested. Orleans in modern-day France again under siege in 463 AD, this time by the Visigoths. The Battle of Bergamo in 464 AD saw all-powerful General Ricimer defeat an Allan force invading Italy, managing to kill their king. 468 AD, and the failure of a combined Eastern and Western Roman operation against the Vandals in North Africa. One of the largest amphibious operations from the period, which cost the Western Empire dearly in funds it could ill afford to lose at this time. 469 AD saw a defeat of Roman and allied forces against the Visigoths, this time in Diols, northwestern Gaul. This was followed by another defeat of Roman forces by the Visigoths, this time in Arles, southern Gaul, while attempting to put a stop to the same forces who had defeated them in 469 AD. They were roundly defeated, which subsequently allowed the king of the Visigoths, Euric, to capture much of the surrounding territory. Lurching from threat to threat, the empire scarcely had time to catch its breath. The next puppet of Ricimer, Olybrius, would reign for less than 4 months from July 472 AD, with his death before the end of the year. The figure of far greater significance than the recent string of emperors though, General Ricimer, was also to die this same year. This created a real power vacuum, as he had effectively been pulling the strings since his murder of Emperor Avitus. It would be Ricimer's nephew, Gundobad, who would step into the role of his uncle and hold a significant amount of power for the last 4 years of the Roman Empire in the West. During these last years, Rome's power base was now so depleted that it could barely function effectively as a ruling entity. Surrounded by barbarian groups now increasingly settled into territories and forming what would become the nation-states of the next centuries, the Western Empire would formally end with the deposition of Romulus Augustulus by Odoacer, a Germanic barbarian leader, in 476 AD. He would become the first post-Roman ruler of Italy, and with Augustulus having no successor, the lineage of the Western Empire would end. While Constantinople would continue to serve as the capital of a functioning Eastern Empire for centuries to come, the fall of Romulus Augustulus marked not just the end of an empire, but the end of a world. In its place, a fractured Europe would emerge, scarred, scattered, and waiting to be reborn. If you'd like to help us keep creating and get early access to our videos, behind-the-scenes content, and other perks, consider becoming a member right here on YouTube or joining us on Patreon. Every bit of support helps. And as always, thank you so much for watching.